Good to go.
Welcome, everybody. We'll call this City Council meeting on April 19th at 6:31 p.m. Mr. Davis, if you could please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. Please rise, place your hand over your heart, and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
My pleasure.
Roll call.
Councilmember Lau.
Present.
Councilmember Crosby.
Here.
Councilmember Carter.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Davis.
Present.
Mayor Hepburn.
Present. We will move to presentations. We have Mr. Madek, President and CEO of Haynes Family of Programs. Mr. Russi.
And also representing David and Margaret. There's been a lot of activity going on in the last several months. It's been shared with council about the merger between Leroy Haynes and David and Margaret. And Dan Madak, who's we're familiar with his relationship at Leroy's, is going to give us an update about that. Dan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening, Mr. Madek.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, good evening, Mayor Hepburn. Thank you and council members, and of course, Bob, thank you for allowing me to join you tonight. I look very pleased to be able to share a little bit about what's going on with the David and Margaret organization with respect to Haynes Family of Programs. As many of you know, we've been around for about 75 years, the Haynes program has. And we offer, of course, a number of services dealing with foster youth, special ed, mental health, and so forth. We actually serve kids throughout the state. Our organization does. We have a heavy emphasis in this area, Southern California. A couple months ago, an opportunity presented itself for Haynes, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for David and Margaret Home to consider and explore the opportunity for our organizations to come together in the sense that we can maybe join resources and our leadership team is extremely strong. We also had here at Haynes a strategic initiative and goal to provide a continuum of care for the foster youth we serve, provide opportunities to expand the wonderful services that we're providing. At the same time, find ways to maybe gain some synergies from some savings of combining the organizations. Haynes leases space in about 3 or 4 different locations in addition to our location on Baseline. And we're able to bring our staff back into a single campus. Ultimately, that's the plan. The opportunity presented itself. I don't think there's a whole lot of surprises. I won't get into a whole lot of details about it, but David and Margaret had some challenges. They lost a couple programs. At the same time, leadership retired or transitioned. And when I became aware of that, as the CEO of Haynes, I contacted their current chair or their past chair, Bob Dalton, and explored the opportunity for us to come together. Long story short, took about 3 or 4 months, but after a lot of discussion with our board of directors and their board, decided to come together as organizations. What that means is that our board basically took over in terms of leadership role, adding some of their board to our board, that organization with the intent to ultimately merge the corporations. Some of you may be aware, or maybe all of you are, that a merger is not something you do overnight. And in our world, we contract with the feds, we contract with the county, we contract with many other school districts and so forth. So to merge corporations, you have to be very sensitive to the impact of those contracts. One of the things that was very important to us at Haynes was that, as I mentioned earlier, that we provided continuum of care. So we serve foster youth. We have, just so you the whole picture of what we're doing and what we're looking forward to doing more of, we serve a number of children in our residential program here on the Haynes campus, young boys, short-term residential treatment program. I'm sure you all have heard of those things. And they used to be group homes. They used to be much different than what they've become today. But we have a small program. We have about 24 kids in our program right now. We may go to 3 cottages. But those kids come in, they're foster youth, and they come in and they need to transition into the next level of care. We look at when they come into our program as being a place to live with a lot of intervention, with the opportunity to move to hopefully ultimately a lower level of care than independence. That is the goal in the foster care system. Not always the outcome, because it seems like many of the youth that are sent our direction are very acute, have many challenges, and we can talk all day long about what's been going on in our society in terms of lack of, well, a lot of kids we get aren't the same kids we once got. So we're very selective in our organization. And I wanted to share that a bit with you, because I know that David and Margaret historically has had many challenges, at least in the last 3 years, with their STRTP program, their residential programming, their emergency shelter care programming. Not a whole lot of problems with their transitional living programs or their mental health programs or their unaccompanied minor programs. We'll talk a little bit about that. In any case, we don't intend at all to bring those programs back to the Laverne campus in David and Margaret. We, as an organization, view that we have enough going on with our STRTP program. We want to focus on lower acute population. They have a foster family agency and adoption agency. Want to focus on community-based services. And also transitional living for youth. Those youth that qualify to be more independent, more responsible. Foster youth can transition into something more independent. So those are going to be our focuses going forward. We're extremely thrilled about our relationship with Laverne, the surrounding communities, and of course all of LA County. We have been around a long time. Haynes has been actively engaged in the community, and will continue that approach, of course, with David and Margaret. My leadership team has basically taken over. So while there's not a whole lot going on there, because the COVID situation's impacted a lot of different people, there is a program there that I want to talk about, because I know there's a lot going on in the news regarding the unaccompanied minor program, and I think it's important to bring that to surface a little bit. A few years ago, quite a few years ago now, David and Margaret was able to obtain a contract with the federal government to provide services for those youth coming across the border, young children, youth coming across the border, with the intent of providing a level of care and intervention on a very short term and replacement. The feds are extremely involved in that process. It's not like they're running amok. These are kids, though, that are not as acute or challenging as the foster youth. The foster youth we get, or we're getting, definitely on that campus, usually older kids that have been popped around the system for some time, some of which, and I got to watch how I say this, probably should be in a more restrictive environment than an STRTP. But with the change of child care reform and things, we seem to find ourselves stuck with some of those youth that really shouldn't be in our programs. I say that because it's important to know that the kids that come in the unaccompanied minor program are just like, they're so appreciative to be here. I'm not going to speak to the politics of it, because we have a lot of varied opinions about that part of it. But I will just tell you that they've been, David and Margaret's been serving that population for some time, and they've done a good job. That has not been the population that has been challenging to Laverne. It was the other population that hasn't been there for some time now. And looking ahead to the future, we want to continue to grow programs. We want to be, of course, wonderful stewards of those we serve and great partners in the community. Before COVID, the Haynes organization had upwards of 500 employees. I think David and Margaret had upwards of 3 or 4 before they closed a couple of programs. They're going to probably be back up to about 200 employees in the next few months as we work to grow and expand and hire people. So we have a presence in the community, and we've always valued being good partners in our community. And I had an opportunity to talk to Mayor Hepburn, of course, and also Bob Rossi, and then also Chief Paz, because it was important to me to be very upfront about everything and be extremely transparent. And that's the position I take on everything. And we're extremely responsive. We're transparent. I invite any and everybody who is interested and has a question to ask it, to come to either organization. We'd be happy to share what we're doing, why we're doing it. And we want to continue to be viewed as a good partner in the community. So that is something that's of extreme value to me, extreme value to our board, and of course to our organization, and to the David Margaret organization also. Ultimately, they will be referred to when the merger occurs as a affiliate of Haynes Family of Programs. We'll continue to call it the David Margaret Campus. David and Margaret has a long history in Laverne. We don't want to dilute that. We want to preserve that, protect that. At the same time, we want to make sure we do things the way we need to get them done. So that's our focus, that's our desire, that's our goal. Be happy to address any questions or comments or thoughts anybody may have.
Council, any questions for Mr. Majek?
I have one.
Councilmember
Hi,
Carter.
Dan. This is Robin Carter. And your leadership over the many, many years you've been here has been wonderful. And I'm so glad to hear that you're behind this program and you support it. Question for you, though. During COVID, how were the kids that live on campus, how were they treated? Did they still get to stay on campus because they really don't have a place to go? Can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, boy. So from way back in March till today, we've been open every day. And if you drive down Baseline, you see a lot of cars here and you're probably thinking, what's going on over that place? What happened with this COVID thing? So yes, our foster care program has been operating constantly. These kids live on our campus. We can constantly get kids referred to us. We've had multiple outbreaks of COVID in different pockets of our organization, but we've been very sensitive to how we manage that and how we separate people and keep those things addressed. It has been a major challenge in our organization, but we just met it. We had our continue to provide services to all of our kids. We serve about 270, 280 special ed kids. So we did a lot of distance learning and so forth. We brought some kids back to campuses in the last week or two, but very limited basis for the obvious reasons, very challenging. And yeah, we've had a lot going on, but we've had to hit that face on. The biggest challenges we have had is really in our in-home services across the state and our mental health. We have a huge mental health presence in LA County, but a lot of families understandably didn't want people coming into their home. And not everybody responds well to mental health services via a Zoom or some other method. So that's been a real challenge. We anticipate a greater need in our school districts. We're ready to meet that need with our partners. We do a lot of that in the communities, and we anticipate doing a lot more of that. For sure. That's been an interesting challenge, Robin. But we've been able to meet it. And our numbers have been up and down, but they typically go up and down because kids come and go. One of the things I should share with you, because I don't know what you've heard about what's going on just in the general community, there's been a lot of closures on this anticipated closures of camps for probation and county camps for kids that need to be in a more restrictive environment. Hospitals have closed years ago where kids have been put out in the system. And, I think and when child care reform occurred at the state, they anticipated or expected agencies like ours to take all these kids under our short-term residential program system. And we've taken the position, and I'm willing to deal with the repercussions, that we are very sensitive to who we bring into our system or into our organization. We have to be sensitive to gang affiliations because of different gangs. We have to be sensitive to just a number of issues. And we haven't always been exact or been perfect because not all times the information is given to us the way it should be. But I want to let you know, I pick, and all of our leadership picks safety over anything. It's not about numbers for us. Yes, we need numbers to pay for things, but we've been blessed with diversity of programming too, which has really helped our organization because any one impact or one reduction doesn't kill us. There's something else around the corner that seems to help us a little bit. And so that's what we focus on and how we handle things. So anyway, any other questions?
Any other questions for Mr. Majek?
Mr. Mayor, I just draw your attention. Somebody is raising their hand. I'm not sure if they're anticipating a later item or if they wanted to speak on this one.
Yeah, I can't see that. Is that?
I can bring the person into the room if you'd like.
Yes. Mr. Hale, you are, you have your mute on.
Me, to ask, having,
We
I'm
seem to
sorry,
have-
what?
There you go. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Did
We got
you,
it back.
are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah.
You're welcome to speak, Mr.
Thank you.
Hale.
And Mayor, Verne, I appreciate your presentation back in 1975. I believe it had been known Leroy Boys Home.
Is the question whether or not we used to be referred to as Leroy Boys Home? And if it is, yes. We were formed as Leroy Boys Home in 1946. Later became Leroy Haynes Children and Family Services, and I think it was about 5 years ago we rebranded to Haynes Family Programs. It was Leroy Haynes that founded our organization, so we retained the last name. And the reason we did that is because we're now across the state and we needed to represent a lot of the different programs that we have.
Yeah, I think we've lost Mr. Hale. So
Oh,
Thank-
okay.
if that was the question, I think you fully answered that. So, JR, it looks like we lost Mr.
So
Hale.
that was the question. That was the question, and I think I'm connected. I'm showing this as being connected live on custom live streaming service. Actually, I use Zoom. I'm talking to you from a 2020 iPhone SE, and has generally worked very reliably for Zoom meetings. And I hope you're able to see and hear me. And if not, then I guess we'll deal with that in due course.
No, we can hear you, sir, and we got your question answered, I hope. So I think we're good. Is that all you had for questions, sir?
That's great. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
That was the first question, just to make sure I was not misunderstanding the history of the organization, having lived here back again last century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your participation. Any other questions for Mr. Madek? I just want to say on behalf of the city and also on behalf of the two entities that these are wonderful organizations that are going to continue. And I really, a lot of people have put their blood, sweat, and tears in these organizations, and they do such a great job, even with the ever-changing times we're in right now. And I do appreciate it. I know the city appreciates it, to take care of the youth that can be producers in the future. And I think it's great. And I think it's a great combining of forces with David and Margaret, even with their issues they had. I think put that behind and move forward with them. So thank you very much for putting that together. And looks like the deal is almost done and we can move forward. So
A lot of work to do. Thank you, Mayor Hepburn, and thank you, council members, and thank you, Bob. Appreciate your time. All the
Thank
best
you.
to everybody.
Thank
Take care. Bye.
Do we have any announcements of upcoming and community events?
I do have one announcement if the council would allow me. Just real quick, wanted to do an introduction of Sean Igo. There's Sean. Hi, welcome, Sean.
Good evening,
Sean.
is,
Good evening.
This is his first day, as council is aware, as our new Public Works Director. So I wanted to take an opportunity to let council virtually meet him and then hopefully get an opportunity over the coming weeks to come in and sit with Sean personally to get to know him a little better. Sean comes to us from Manhattan Beach, and before that he worked for Monrovia. Really look forward to Sean become a part of his executive management team. He lives relatively local. He's right here in Glendora, so I'm sure we'll see him around regularly. He's certainly trying to get his feet under him. He spent most of today getting to know his team in the Public Works Department, going over and meeting with the crew at the yard as well as his manager. So I just wanted to give council a chance to say hello and welcome to Sean.
Welcome aboard, Sean.
Welcome.
Nice to see you. We'll be seeing you in City Hall every once in a while. So thank you.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome to Laverne. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Sean.
Thank you.
I lost everybody for a minute. There we go. Nothing else, Mr. Russi, for announcements or anything?
Not that I'm aware of. Jared, we didn't get anything, I assume.
Then we'll move to consent calendar. Has anybody called any of the items off consent calendar, Mr. Russi?
No, sir.
Then any questions from council on the consent calendar? Otherwise, we'll take a motion.
I'll make the motion to accept the consent calendar.
Second,
I'll second.
Councilmember Lau. How we go to roll call?
Councilmember Lau,
Yeah, aye.
Councilmember Crosby,
Yes.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Hepburn.
Yes.
Great.
And then we will move to public hearings. Number 7, public hearing for adoption of the fire code of Los Angeles County Code incorporating by reference. Mr. Russi.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you remember that last meeting you did receive a report from Dominic Milano about this and set today for the day of the public hearing on that item. I have Cody and Dominic prepared to give an overview as well as have council open the public hearing and take any additional comments you may have. Dominic, Cody, you're on.
Yeah, basically, this ordinance adopts the LA County Fire Code with amendments that are specific to the city of Laverne. Most of those amendments are administrative in nature. That basically, sets out that our fire marshal versus the county's fire marshal. We take care of some of the forestry stuff that the county sends to the forestry. So it's very administrative in nature. I'm not going to go into any more details because I know you have a large agenda this evening. So it is very simple and just administrative in nature. So with that, any questions?
Any questions? Then we will go ahead and open the public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
We will open the public hearing. Jared, do we have any people that are wishing to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not receive any emails to request, and I do not see any hands raised out of the attendees.
We'll wait 15 seconds or so and we'll go ahead and close that.
Mr. Mayor, we do have some hands raised, so I'll go ahead and just bring in them one by one.
Thank you. Mr. Calloway, good evening. You're muted, Mr. Calloway.
Hear me now? No.
You're still got your mute sign up.
I am mute.
There we go. We can see you.
Kind of here and there.
Yeah, that's okay. You're kind of spotty as far as talking, but go ahead, please.
Okay, so I'm calling in regards, I live here over on Amherst. I'm calling in regards to the.
We're not on that item.
We're Mr. Calloway, we're not on that item yet. That'll be the next
item. Oh, I thought
item.
you guys were. I'm sorry. Like I said, the feed is not coming through real clear on my end. So no problem.
Yeah, that'll be the next item up. So
no
thank
problem.
you.
Take me off.
Thank you. JR?
Yes, sir. Bringing in the other person that had their hand raised.
Is that Robert Hale? Mr. Hale, you're muted. Maybe that was before. Mr. Hale, did you want to speak on the fire code adoption for Los Angeles County Fire Code?
Tim, he's muted still.
You're still muted, Mr. Hale.
No, it'll be next item.
Okay, thank you. JR?
That's all we had, sir.
Okay, being that said, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. We'll move back to council. Council, do we have any questions for Dominic or anyone? Questions on this item?
No,
None?
but I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 1101.
That's an do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Carter, roll call, please.
All right. Councilmember Lau,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Councilmember Crosby. Did we lose him?
Ooh.
I think we lost him.
Are we having some sun flares tonight or something?
I don't know.
It's our system, yes.
that trailer he's in.
Mayor Pro Tem Davis? Yeah, there's Rick raising his hand. Mayor Hepburn?
Yes.
Okay. And last but not least, Councilmember Crosby.
The answer is yes. I got moved into the other room somehow. So.
Oh.
Did you know music? You're supposed to get up and keep moving while the music's playing.
We've tried that for years, Rick, and you just keep coming back, man. I don't know what the deal is.
I could hear all the comments. So yes, sorry.
That motion carries. We adopt. Item B, Amherst Housing Development, 2820 Amherst Street, request to construct 42 detached single-family homes. Mr. Russi?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As you know, this has been through Planning Commission, been through DRC. It is now before the City Council for consideration. You've received numerous amounts of public input on various fronts. Candace, Principal Planner Candace Bocock has been the lead on this project. So she'll be doing the staff presentation, as well as then you'll hear from the consultants and then from the developer as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Candace to intro the item.
Good evening, Ms. Bocock. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am going to attempt to share my screen here.
Very good.
All right. Can we all see it?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, like I said, good evening, everyone. This is the Amherst project. The applicant, Matt Waken with MJW Investments, is proposing to develop 42 single-family homes at 2820 Amherst Street and a portion of the adjacent parcel, both parcels owned by the city. In the beginning of 2018, the City Council conducted a fiscal sustainability study to address some increasing costs. Through the process, Council agreed to sell a portion of the land that the city owns for the Amherst Water Treatment Facility, specifically the portions of the site that are currently leased by the commercial nursery. In October of 2018, the city conducted an appraisal of the property and presented the appraisal to the council 2 months later. In March of 2019, the city released an RFP to residential developers, with the city receiving 5 proposals. After reviewing the proposals, the council elected to proceed with MJW Investment Group on entering a purchase and sale agreement for the 5.6 acres of land. This slide was added to address some questions that have been raised during regarding whether or not there's been enough time to review the project and if staff was following the CEQA rules and noticing requirements. So I'll touch on some of the process now, and I may mention them in more detail later on in the presentation. But this shows the sequence of events that happened since the project application was filed on February 24th of 2020. The left side of the column shows the action that was taken, and the right side lists what is required. A letter was mailed out March 3rd of 2020 to residents up to 800 feet of the project site, inviting them to attend a public workshop. That was supposed to take place on March 18th. However, due to the state and county order prohibiting gatherings, another letter was sent on March 12th canceling this workshop. Staff waited another 6 months, hoping that we would be able to host a public workshop with the neighborhood. But as you all know, the order did not change and is still in effect. Therefore, without stalling the project any longer, the website was launched for the project on the city's website with a detailed video prepared by the developer and a full set of plans and other facts regarding the proposed project details on October 1st of 2020. On the next day, a notice was distributed advertising the preparation of the EIR and soliciting public comments. A month later, staff summarized the comments they received on the project and provided answers to those questions on the website. The response to comments was provided from the environmental consultant, included as part of the staff report and also posted on the city's website. The project has also been advertised on different social media platforms, reaching at least 3,500 people. So this slide is just an overview of what noticing has happened since the first Planning Commission meeting on February 24th. There was a virtual neighborhood workshop that continued the continued Planning Commission meeting on March 17th and other notice for this meeting. And now here we are at City Council. I will go into more detail about the Planning Commission meeting later on, but this outline shows what's happened so far and shows all of the public outreach to the community that has been completed above beyond the minimum requirements. This is just the aerial that shows the water treatment facility here on Amherst and Williams and the proposed development site where the West Covina Wholesale Nursery is located today. The yellow outline shows the 5.6 acres that will be part of this project for the proposal. And there are 6 different applications that are required for this proposal, including a precise plan review for the design and the site plan, a tree removal for the protected deodar cedar on the site, a general plan amendment changing the site from low to medium density, a zone change to change the zoning from PR3D to specific plan, a specific plan to adopt new development standards, a vesting tentative track map to create the individual lots, and the certification of the environmental impact report. The next slides will talk about each individual application in more detail. This is a slide of the proposed site plan showing the 42 homes on the 5.6 acres, 19 planned 1s and 23 planned 2s mixed throughout the site. This next slide shows a better visual of what it will actually look like in color. The project includes a circular interior private street with 2-story single-family homes. All of the homes will have private outdoor spaces, 2-car garages, driveways, on-street parking with no overnight parking, just like the public streets are in the city, and open space. The homes range in size from about 2,000 square feet to 2,400 square feet of living space with their 2-car garages. A plan 1 is a 3-bedroom with a 2.5 bath, and the plan 2 is 4-bedroom with 3 baths. There will also be a 14,000 square foot park provided at the north end of the project on Amherst, maintained by the homeowners association, but accessible by members of the public. Per the municipal code, single-family residential development does not require guest parking. However, the project design allows for at least 4 off-street parking spaces per house, 2 in the 20-foot long driveway and 2 in the 20 by 20-foot car garage. And the private streets within the development are designed to the standards of a typical public city street, which is 36 feet wide, which is large enough to accommodate parking on both sides of the street, providing about 40 additional parking spaces, which is twice as much as what would have been required if guest parking was required, such as if this was a multifamily development. There are 2 elevation options, the Santa Barbara or craftsman style architecture. The Santa Barbara elevations feature light sand stucco, gable end vents, windowsills and corbels, and the craftsman style home features a light sand stucco, vertical boards and bat, tempered columns with a masonry base and composite horizontal siding. The DRC has approved the site plan and the elevations contingent on other application approvals by the City Council. The project site is currently zoned plan residential, 3 detached units per acre. The applicant has proposed that the site be rezoned for a new specific plan called the Amherst Specific Plan, which would permit medium density residential at 8 units per acre. The proposed specific plan design standards would help ensure that residential dwellings constructed would be compatible with the adjacent uses. This chart that you can see on this slide shows the proposed development standards. Minimum lot size, 3,350 square feet, 2-story max height, 20-foot minimum setbacks for the driveway to ensure each house has a usable driveway to park their cars, 15-foot rear setback, 10-foot building separation, and 50% lot coverage. The general plan currently designates the site as low-density residential, which is 0 to 5 units per acre. The applicant is proposing to amend the general plan to redesignate the site as medium-density residential at 0 to 10 units per acre. The proposed project would be consistent with Land Use Policy 3.5 and implementation measures, as these policies and measures encourage creative developments that provide self-contained neighborhoods within walking distance of goods and services. The change to medium density residential is also consistent with the immediately adjacent properties to the east and south, which also has a medium density residential designation. The proposed vesting tentative tract map would allow for the 5.6 acre parcels of land to construct the 42 homes to be sold as individual lots, along with the common lots, the streets, the park area to be owned by the HOA. Each lot ranges in size between 3,400 square feet to about 7,000 square feet. The vesting tentative tract map prepared for the Amherst specific plan area will be in accordance with Chapter 16 of the Laverne Municipal Code and the Subdivision Map Act, which requires approval by the City Council. As mentioned previously, the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding land uses. The adjacent property to the west and south is zoned for mobile home park, and the properties to the north and east are single-family homes. This development will serve as a transition from the mobile home park zone to the PR3D zone. There are also rear setbacks of at least 15 feet, as well as landscape buffers for the perimeter homes, making the impact to the adjacent homes minimal. As previously mentioned, this proposed project is 42 units on 5.6 acres and about 8 units per acre. This slide shows 5 other projects that were approved and built since 2001 and how they compare to the proposed Amherst project. Hartshorn Ranch is 3.3 units per acre. Emerald Walk, Lordsburg Court, and Oak Grove Walk are all about 9 units per acre, and the Emerald Collection project was 6 units per acre. In addition to these projects, the other single-family residential projects over the last 20 years in the Laverne area were in the hillsides above Baseline Road, and those were about 3 units per acre. Since the draft EIR was created, the Southern California Association of Governments completed the Regional Housing Needs Assessment for the 6th cycle of the housing element. The RHNA numbers assigned to Laverne for the 2021 through 2029 period are shown here, totaling 1,346 units. This is a 784 unit increase to the previous RHNA number. And as Laverne continues to develop, the sites on which housing can be built become fewer. This project will satisfy almost 10% of the above moderate allocation. If the density were to be reduced, the city would be required to find sites elsewhere to make up that difference. The city released an RFP for an independent environmental consultant to conduct an environmental review of the project according to CEQA. 4 proposals were received, and Rincon Consultants was selected by the city. Rincon completed an initial study that identified the need for an EIR. A notice of preparation of the EIR was released, soliciting comments on the proposal, and the draft EIR was released for public review and comment due on February 1st of 2021. Staff finds that with certain mitigation measures, the project will not have a significant impact on the environment, with the exception of traffic impacts related to vehicle miles traveled, which we will refer to as VMT. The mitigation measures included tribal monitoring, resource management, noise control, archaeological evaluation, and tree replacement requirements. CEQA requires that the environmental impact report describe a reasonable range of alternatives that could feasibly avoid or lessen any significant environmental impacts while substantially attaining the basic objectives of the project. An EIR must evaluate and compare those alternatives. Through this comparison, the relative environmental advantages and disadvantages of each alternative are weighed and analyzed. As you can see, as part of the EIR, there were 3 alternatives analyzed. For the full review, you can see it in the attached draft EIR, but for a quick summary, the 3 alternatives were no project, the general plan consistency project, and the reduced intensity. The no project alternative evaluates the existing site and obviously would not satisfy any of the project objectives. Number 2 analyzes the alternative of developing the site under the existing general plan land use designation, which would be 29 homes, which is about 5 units per acre. And then number 3 analyzes a residential project of 22 homes at 4 units per acre, which is presumed to have less than significant impacts related to VMT, which would hopefully generate less than 110 trips per day, which also fails to achieve the project objectives and goals. The city adopted the VMT thresholds for land use project screening, which can be used to screen out projects that are expected to generate low VMT out from further transportation analysis. Based on the city's thresholds, projects generating less than 110 trips per day can be screened out. Since the project is projected to generate up to 300 new daily trips, it would not meet this criteria. The project would result in a VMT rate which exceeds the VMT threshold, and the impacts would not be able to be mitigated to less than significant. Therefore, the project would result in significant and unavoidable impacts associated with VMT. The city's traffic engineer, John Lovely, will be presenting a more detailed explanation on the traffic studies a little bit later on. So the only way to eliminate the VMT impact would be to reduce the number of units in the development to 22. The applicant has indicated that with this density and the cost of construction, the homes would have to be sold for approximately $1.6 million. Even if the city reduced the sale price to the minimum amount set forth in the RFP, the homes would still have to be sold over 1.5 million. This is more than the market will bear in this area. This unit reduction would make the project infeasible at that site location, since the price range achievable would exceed the buyer profile in this market. Additionally, lowering the sales price would defeat the city's purpose in selling this property, which is to help obtain fiscal sustainability. In addition, although not proposed as part of this project, the city has received scoping comments indicating support for and opposition to the reopening of Bodwin Street intersection at Williams. Based on the draft EIR, the project does not require the reopening of this intersection, and any consideration of the reopening would involve the City Council consideration outside of this proposed project. The City Council held a meeting on March 1st to discuss this matter, and it was a recommendation was made for this item to go to the Active Transportation Committee to address it. During the Planning Commission public hearing on February 24th, the proposal from the applicant was presented by staff for the 42 homes. At this meeting, the Planning Commission voted to continue the item to allow staff ample time to conduct a neighborhood workshop. Staff held a virtual neighborhood workshop on March 9th and mailed out 173 notices to the adjacent neighborhood on February 25th. Staff received 24 requests to participate in that virtual neighborhood workshop, with 15 of the 24 people logging on and participating in the Zoom meeting. 4 additional people requested to be called during the meeting. During the 3.5-hour-long meeting, staff and the applicant, the environmental consultant, and the traffic expert all presented information regarding the project and the various studies and analysis that had been conducted over the past year. Staff listened to the public's concerns and answered the questions that were given. The applicant indicated that he is not proposing any modifications to the project after the workshop, with the exception of being open to further discussion regarding the amenities in the park area. Another comment that was made several times during the neighborhood workshop was that a traffic study was needed. Staff wants the City Council to be aware that an accurate and acceptable traffic study was completed for this project. The traffic count numbers from 2011 and new traffic counts from 2020 were taken at multiple locations and adjusted to non-COVID standards in the most conservative way. The data used is not outdated. The city's traffic engineer reviewed the document and agreed that it is accurate, and he will also talk more about this in his presentation. The continued public hearing before the Planning Commission was held on March 17th, where they heard further public testimony via Zoom and over the phone, and then had further discussion and questions with staff once the public comment period was closed. After a failed motion to recommend that the City Council approve the project, the Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend that the City Council deny the project as proposed, but indicated support for a lower density project. The municipal code requires that the city notice property owners within 500 feet of the subject property. Understanding that this project would have neighborhood interest, staff extended the notice up to 800 feet from the project site. There were additional residents beyond the 800 feet that expressed interest in this project, and they were added to the mailing list to be notified. As mentioned before, the city was prepared to have an in-person workshop with the public. And as a result of COVID-19, these types of meetings were not allowed to occur under the state and county health orders. As an alternative, staff created a dedicated web page on the Cities of La Verne's website. Staff received comments regarding the project during the EIR comment period, which ended on February 1st, and the response to those comments from the environmental consultant are also provided as an attachment to as the final environmental impact report for your review. All comments received are also included as part of this staff report. Staff and the Development Review Committee recommend first adopting resolution number 20-18 for the environmental impact report, and then adopting resolution number 21-16 and 21-17 and ordinance number 1099 based on this staff report and the attached conditions of approval. Now the applicant, Matt Waken, is going to share a short presentation with you. And after all of the presenters have concluded, I am happy to answer any questions that you have from staff. So if we can bring in Matt Waken.
Thank you, Ms. Bocock.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Matt. Good
Okay.
evening, Mr. Waken.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Matt Waken with MW Investment Group. And I'm very grateful to have the opportunity tonight to present the Amherst project to you. I want to start off by thanking staff, Bob and Eric and Candace. Done an amazing job working with me over the past 18 months on this project, and Candace just made a fantastic presentation, and I'm very appreciative to get to work with staff in the city of La Verne, the level of professionalism that they display. So with that, I'll move into my presentation. We can move to the next page. So a little bit about my company, and I'll be brief. MW Investment Group has been developing projects primarily in the San Gabriel Valley and Los Angeles County over the last 25 years. Since 2008, we've developed over 4,000 residential units, and we focus on suburban infill, creating housing for families, primarily in small lot projects, townhome projects, and multifamily. We can move on to the next. And just to name a few, I was born and raised in Arcadia, and I've worked on projects along the 210 corridor all of my career, from Burbank, Glendale area out to Claremont. We have projects in Whittier, San Dimas, Claremont, Upland, Monrovia, Duarte, La Verne, and Arcadia. So we enjoy working this area. We understand it well, and it's where I grew up. So next on the site plan, I know that council has reviewed this site plan in great detail. Just briefly, it's roughly 5.5 acres. We have two different product types in the 42 units. Plan 1 ranges at 2,000 square feet, and Plan 2 is 2,400 square feet. Our target density is almost 8 dwelling units per acre. Target pricing is between 700,000 to 800,000. The project streets were designed to public street standards, and we have approximately 5 parking spaces per unit provided. We can move on to the next slide. a little bit about the compatibility within the neighborhood. I think when we look at compatibility, it's really important to look at it from two different areas. First, we studied the PR3D and PR 4.5D zoning. And if you take the subset of homes in this market, there's approximately 319 of them. The average square footage of those homes is approximately 2,125 square feet. And the homes range from 700 square feet to over 4,700 square feet of those 319 homes. Our project is designed at an average of 2,200 square feet, and they range from 2,000 to 2,400. So they are very compatible. And in fact, if you look below, you'll see that roughly 85% of the homes within this area are under 2,500 square feet. So we tried to design this to be compatible with the adjacent homes and also to stay at a price point, which I will get into later, but which will lend itself to young families. And as far as the compatibility with the zoning, it's important to note that when you look to the south and the west, you've already got 8 dwelling units per acre. You've got as high as 22 when you get down to Foothill and 15 when you go west to the PR 15A zone. But what's really important is that there's over 40 contiguous acres to this site that is zoned at 8 dwelling units plus per acre. So we feel that the zoning is compatible. It's a good transition zone, and we feel that we've designed the project right. With that, we can move on. And Candace touched on this, so I don't want to be redundant with it. But what's really important to note, and I think I can make a fairly accurate statement if I say that I don't believe that anyone on this city council will probably have an opportunity to vote on a project south of Baseline, a new development, which is designed at under a density of 8 dwelling units per acre. If you look at the subset of projects from 2001, so going back over 20 years, you've got the Hartshorn Ranch at 3.3, but since 2002, 3 out of the 4 projects in this project area were at an average of 9 units per acre. And it's a combination of factors. One of the biggest factors is land costs in Southern California. It's prohibitive to design projects today with land costs as they are. And this is outside of the foothill area, but it's prohibitive to design projects outside of the foothills with land costs where they are at 10,000 square foot, 15,000 square foot lot densities. And not only that, with the state mandates on the housing that needs to be developed, and really, most importantly, young families' preferences today, it all leads to densities of 6+ dwelling units per acre. So it's really important to note that this is a trend that isn't just taking place today in 2021. It's been going on for the last 15 to 20 years in my career. And so the projects that I think you as a council are going to see, and councils across the state for that matter, are going to be small lot subdivisions, and that's going to be the high mark of them. And then there'll be medium to high density townhome projects at 18 to 22 units per acre, and then there'll be multifamily projects beyond that. So that's all I have on that slide. You can skip that slide too. Okay, and I didn't know I did not have my video on. I apologize for that. Who's the buyer? And this is, I think, one of the most important parts of the entire project. When you're looking at developing in a community, you're looking at who your target buyer is. In the city of Laverne, the median age is 45.1 years old, and that's up from 44.5 in 2010. Laverne at 45.1 is much higher than other East San Gabriel Valley median age of the communities, which is 36 years old. It's almost 10 years older. And then plus, Laverne has a lower share of millennials at 23% versus other East San Gabriel Valley cities at 27.1. This project is going to attract new and younger families who are under in the city of Laverne. Millennials, 27 to 38, they're the largest buyer segment right and their buyer powering exceeds other generational cohorts. And 26% are 29 or younger, and almost 50% are 30 to 54. So the city's future is really well served, and I can't stress this enough, by approving attainable priced housing for the city. It's a regeneration of Laverne with younger families who are currently priced out. On the next slide, I'll talk about some Census Bureau data, which talks about workers within the city and outside of the city. And it fosters growth of workforce of young professionals, younger families, teachers, and first responders. And of course, it increases school enrollment, sports enrollment, and it helps your businesses. So it is critical to the lifeblood of a community to regenerate with young families. And, I remember back when I was young and I was looking for a place to live, a lot of my friends from Arcadia and Pasadena, they moved and settled in Laverne. They did it for a number of reasons, for the community, for the schools, for the sports. And they've raised families there for 25, 30 years. Their kids have graduated, gone on to college, and some are getting married. And they love being a part of Laverne. And they moved to Laverne from Pasadena and Arcadia because it was a price point that was achievable for their families. So we can move on to the next slide. And the primary market, this is the primary market demands. There's twice as much demand in LA County for homes priced between 700 and 800,000 than homes priced from 900 to $1 million. In Laverne, there's almost a 75% more demand for homes in the 700 range than the $900,000 range. And over 50% of buyers are looking for homes from 15 to 2,500 square feet, while approximately 10% are looking for homes that are larger. And it has a lot to do with pricing and a lot to do with square footage. People aren't looking for the larger homes and the larger lots today. And so many homes, likely dual income households, which can qualify for the lower price point. So this project's home size and prices align with the needs and the preferences of the 35 to 44-year-old market. We can move on to the next one. Okay, and this is really an important slide, and it's something that I researched with my market study on the project. If you look at the dark green arrow on the left that says 8,891, those are the number of people that are employed that drive into the city of Laverne to work. And then the number on the right, which is almost 10,000, are the people that live in the city of Laverne and leave the city to work. And the number in the middle is 726. So 726 people is a number approximately that live and work within the city of Laverne. This number is extremely low by LA County standards. And again, it's my hope that this project can work to increase that number and allow more people that work within the community to live within the community. It's important. And this is just Candace went over this slide. This is a street view rendering. The homes are going to be Spanish, Santa Barbara Spanish style and craftsman. I love the design. We've only had positive comments on the design. In fact, there hasn't been a lot of focus on the design. Everybody seems to really favor the design. So we're proud of it, and we think it's a good fit with the community. And this just talks about the distinctive and varied design styles, some single story elements on the front of the homes, quality landscaping front and rear, side yards and rear yard areas for families. And then of course, we're designing a sustainable project throughout with solar panels and EV charging stations and renewable energy. There's been some talk about the park. We designed the park as an amenity for the project and for the community as a whole. The placement of the park was designed as such to also create a buffer from the homes within the project and the street of Amherst. There's been some comments on the programming of the park. And we've expressed to staff and to the community and to Planning Commission that whatever changes the community wants to the park, we're very open to them. There was some discussion of eliminating the barbecue grills, that they did not want to see people barbecuing in the park, and I understand that. So that's something that we can eliminate, but we're happy to work with the community on design elements for the park. And that's just a rendering of it when it's completed. It's got a seating area. It's got a nice lawn area, really creative landscaping all around the perimeter. And we can move on. Okay, and so when you look at the project evaluation from a traffic and zoning standpoint, and you know, this is the big issue that's come up. I mean, to a T, there's two primary concerns, and it's traffic and it's density zoning. And you know, we think we've addressed both in great detail. And I know the city's going to go into much further detail on the traffic studies that were conducted and the conditions out there. And I think that'll be good for the city council to listen to. From my perspective, a number of the projects that you saw earlier that were designed at 8 to 9 units per acre, almost to a T, they were designed to private street standards. We've designed this project to public street standards, so we can have parking on both sides of the street, and we could have a lot of off housing parking, 2 within the garage, 2 within the driveway, and 1 on the street. So we're designed to public street standards. And what's most important about the traffic, in my perspective, I mean, I've been doing this for 25 years, and the standard that we've used for 25 years was level of service. It's been the gold standard of traffic analysis since I started in the business. VMT is new, and VMT was designed in an effort to organize housing around areas of mass transit and more in the urban core than in the suburban areas. So it's punitive in nature to projects like this. But LOS is what the level of service of the street is. And this project is, this street of Amherst and this project addition to the street operates at a level of service A currently. And it operates at a level of service A after the 42 homes are developed. It operates at a level of service A on Williams and Amherst, and operates at a level of service A on Bradford and Amherst. And that continues to operate at a level of service A after it's developed. In fact, we even studied if this project was twice as large, if it was 85 units, and it would still operate at a level of service A. And the biggest thing to point out, and I know that the concern's really what amounts to 8 or 9 units. And what's really important is, and this is per Rincon, the traffic generation from 9 units in this project is basically 7 a.m. peak trips and 3 p.m. peak trips. And I'm sorry, in the world of development, that's not a significant, and as far as this street of Amherst is concerned, it's not a significant impact. So we're confident that this street operates at the exact same condition after our project that it operates at now. We're comfortable that traffic isn't going to be an issue. And then as far as the zoning's concerned, I mean, we are compatible with the projects to the south. We're compatible with the projects that are contiguous to us. Our lots are larger than the projects to the south and the west, and they have more yard space. And it is a nice transition to the projects to the north. And the housing element, you saw your housing element, you saw the RENA number allocation. I mean, the state is mandating that more housing is placed in the cities within Southern California and Northern California. And this is needed housing for the community. And the last point I'll make on this slide is there's really no, I mean, when you look at density, you look at zoning, and if people have an issue with density, maybe if it's a 4-story or 5-story apartment building, a developer might be asked to, it's too dense, it's too high, the height's too high. We need to remove a level of the building, and then that will lower density. And this isn't the case here. If we took away 9 units from this project, aesthetically, there would almost be no different. It would just be redistributed, and the lot sizes would increase by approximately 1,000 square feet. So aesthetically, there's not going to be a difference. We can go to the next slide. And this is a rendering of the project, just a night rendering. We believe it's going to be a beautiful development for young families, and we think that this illustrates that. And then I'll move on, I think, to I only have 2 more slides, so let's move on to the next one. This is an important slide, and so is the next one. This is a picture of the site that we're discussing tonight, highlighted in red, and the street Amherst. And if you look on the right side of the screen, there's Williams bordering the red line, and to the left, you'll see Bradford. So this is basically an aerial photo of the city of Laverne in 1966. And if you look at the parcels, the primary zoning is agricultural, and the zoning is 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. If we go to the next slide. This shows the exact same area in 2005, which is where we're at essentially today. If you look at the overlay of that area, everything that was zoned and developed at 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres is now the area west and north of me primarily, which is developed at 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. Even if you use a conservative number of 3 to 4 dwelling units per acre, you can see that from the time in which we went back to the original photo to where we're at today, the zoning on the north side of Amherst has increased 30 to 40 times where it was in 1966, 30 to 40 times. Think about that number. Whereby today, I'm looking for an area going from 5 to 6 units per acre to 7 to 8 per acre. And my reason for bringing that up is because change had to occur. And I think I would be fair in saying that the majority of the people that are going to be calling in tonight probably would not have had the opportunity to raise their families, to buy a home, to become a part of the community that they love so much of Laverne, had zoning changes and decisions on zoning and development hadn't occurred. And maybe there were some people back in 1966 that were upset as well, but that allowed a lot of amazing people, and many of which will be on the phone tonight, who are passionate about their concerns over the project. And I respect all of these people that are calling in tonight for their opinions. But the property where they're at right now was zoned far less dense than it is now. And here they are, and they were able to come to this community. And I think it was very important how they're being able to buy a house in this community and become a part of it for their families, how important that was. And I think it's fair that we let some other families have that opportunity too. So with that, I will turn it back over to the city. I appreciate your consideration of this project. I hope that you will support it. And I'm here to answer any questions. I also have my architect, my engineer, and the specific plan preparer with me tonight. So any questions you have, we're here, and I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Waken. Candace, we're gonna go back to the next.
Now we'll go, we have 2 more presenters. Now we'll have Rincon. John will be in the room.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mayor, council members, my name is John Sisser, and I'm an environmental planner and project manager with Rincon Consultants. Rincon is pleased to have assisted the city with the environmental review for this project pursuant to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Next slide, please. Tonight, I will take just a couple of minutes to describe the CEQA process at a high level, the project milestones since commencing the environmental review process, and the approach to cumulative impact analysis contained in the project's CEQA documentation. Next slide, please. CEQA prescribes a specific process for environmental review of projects in California. So some of you may be generally familiar with the CEQA process, but it is presented on this slide to provide a refresher and general overview. An environmental impact report, or EIR, was prepared for this project. Importantly, the CEQA process offers 3 opportunities for public input during the preparation of an EIR. The first is during the scoping process, where the public may offer comments regarding which topics should be addressed in the EIR. The second is during the 45-day public review period, where the public and agencies may offer comments on the analysis contained in the EIR. And the third is where we are currently, at the public hearing, where the city may hear comments prior to the certification of the final EIR and adoption of the CEQA findings. Next slide. So next, I would like to describe the CEQA process as it relates to the Amherst Residential Development Project under consideration this evening. The environmental review process began in March of 2020, just over 1 year ago. The project's transportation study was completed in August 2020 by the Gandini Group, Inc. Brian Crawford from the Gandini Group also joins us tonight, and the city's traffic engineer will be discussing the transportation study in greater detail. The city published the notice of preparation of the EIR in October, which also included the initial study addressing all items in the state's environmental checklist contained in Appendix G of the state CEQA guidelines. A project video was prepared and made available on the city's website, with a link provided in the NOP. Following receipt of comments on the NOP, the draft EIR was prepared and published for public review in December 2020, with the 45-day public review period concluding in February 2021. A response to all comments received on the draft EIR during the public review period has been prepared and is included in the final EIR under consideration this evening. Next slide, please. The initial study for the project found it would result in either no impact, a less than significant impact, or a less than significant impact with incorporation of mitigation measures for 20 of the 21 resource categories included in the state's CEQA checklist. As a result, the EIR focuses on the project's impacts to transportation, as well as impacts to tribal cultural resources pursuant to the city's consultation with local Native American tribes. The EIR includes a detailed project description, a description of the environmental setting of the project area, and an analysis of alternatives to the proposed project. Additionally, the EIR includes an analysis of potential cumulative impacts. Next slide, please. Cumulative impacts are those resulting from the combined effects of past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future projects. Past and present projects are reflected in the existing conditions, while reasonably foreseeable future projects can be evaluated based on consideration of approved but not yet built projects and or foreseeable regional growth based on community or regional growth forecasts, such as those contained in a general plan or produced by the Southern California Association of Governments, for example. Next slide, please. Section 15130 of the state CEQA guidelines requires the lead agency to discuss the cumulative impacts of a project when the project's incremental effect is cumulatively considerable, meaning it is significant when viewed in connection with past, current, and probable future projects. Therefore, the cumulative impact analysis considers whether or not a project's contribution to cumulative impacts is cumulatively considerable. In short, the degree of a project's contribution to potential cumulative impacts matters. Next slide, please. 11 comments were received on the draft EIR, including one from the California Department of Transportation, or Caltrans, one from the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts, and 9 from local residents. Responses to all comments received during the public review period are provided in the final EIR. Where multiple comments raised similar concerns, they are addressed as topical responses at the beginning of the response to comments section. Next slide, please. And with that, I will conclude our presentation on the project's environmental review process. I am happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the EIR or the CEQA process more generally. Thank you, and I will hand it back to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Sisser.
All right, our last presentation will be John Lovely with RKA. JR will bring him in.
Video. There we go. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Trust everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Good. Fortunately, I'll be the last presenter this evening, and we can get through this fairly quickly, hopefully. So the state of California changed the way they do a traffic analysis as part of the CEQA process. They went to what's called a vehicle miles traveled. The city was forced to adopt this, and they did back to last July, but they also kept for their land use application or land use approvals, the LOS study or capacity enhancement. Next slide, please. Vehicle miles traveled, essentially it looks at the trips generated by each individual house during your daily activities. So you go to work, go to the store, or go pick up the kids at school, do whatever, and then come back. They look at that and they compare that to the regional average. Okay, and that gives you your vehicle miles traveled for that area in the city. Now, this was developed by the state so that they could encourage development closer to transit as an effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and get people out of their cars. So if you have a project given this size or any size and you are close to high density transit, you are considered to have no impact. However, if you are not close to high density transit, say like the Gold Line or bus routes or any of those transit agencies, then you are essentially penalized for a project of this magnitude. So that's what caused this project to have a significant impact, primarily location based. So as part that's essentially what CEQA looks at. You can no longer look at level of service as an analysis for CEQA analysis. However, the city still maintains this type of study for its land use applications. So therefore, the developer is required to do both a VMT study and a capacity study. Next slide, please. As part of the capacity study, the developer came in and they did a traffic scoping meeting in conjunction with Dominic and myself. They looked at traffic counts of August of 2020. We really kind of struggled with this one. It's like, okay, during the middle of the pandemic, how can we do this? We pushed this project off essentially as long as we could to ensure that we had a good handle on what the actual traffic was going to be out there. So what we asked them to do was go ahead and take your traffic counts and then let's adjust them up based on past studies. So they did that. They took the counts back in August of last year, which at that point in time, traffic had actually started getting back to some normalcy. It wasn't quite anywhere near it would be pre-pandemic, but it was starting to increase slightly. Then they looked at those numbers. They made an adjustment based upon the projects that were reviewed back in 2011, and they increased it by up to 46% for the PMP. Then on top of that, they looked at those numbers and increased it for between 2011 for the growth period up to 2020. So they did essentially a double adjustment on that. And I felt that those numbers were actually quite conservative. Next slide, please. So the capacity study was done in standard practice with the ITE trip generation manual, as well as with the city's guidelines for traffic impact analyses. The study focuses on the worst case conditions for both the AM and the peak, or the PM peak hours, which are the typical commute times for the projects in those areas. And then they have to evaluate those impacts to the intersections that were identified. So go ahead and go to the next slide. The approach methodology that we use for any traffic impact analysis is delays at intersections. We don't look at segments, we don't look at others. According to the guidelines, you look at the impacts at intersections. So the level of service at each intersection is given a letter grade, whether it's A, B, C, D, E, or F. And the city has certain standards. So you look at what the existing performance is at these intersections, then you add the project trips, and you look at it at opening day and at future days. Next slide. So working with city staff, we identified 7 intersections which should have been examined as part of this process. It's nearly impossible to look at every single intersection which could possibly be impacted here. You look at what we call major intersections, Fruit Street and Amherst being probably the most heavily traveled intersection there. And then you look at them based upon your trip distribution. So go to the next slide, Candace. And you can see that it's a little difficult to see. I don't know if you can actually see the numbers, but essentially 3/4 of the traffic, both going to and from the site, are going between Fruit and Amherst. And this is most logical because of the AM and PM analyses where we concentrate on commuter traffic. That's the most direct route to Interstate 210. So given the trip distribution and given the level of service at each intersection, the traffic engineer for the project did a level of service analysis at each one of these. If you go ahead and go to the next slide. These next two slides are a little difficult to see, but essentially what you're looking at is the delays and the highway or the intersection capacity, both without the project and with the project. And if you follow along for both the AM and PM peak, you can see that all the intersections stayed at the same classification. In other words, I'm not going to say there was no impact at these. However, the impact and the delay impact at each of them did not cause them to go to a worse rating. Go ahead and go to the next. The previous slide was with the project at opening day. And this particular slide is future conditions at 2040 with the project. And essentially the intersections came out to be the same. Now, that is the most heavily impacted intersection, which I will state, is Fruit Street and Amherst. And of course, that intersection is currently working at a level F because there isn't a signal there. So your left turn delays going in and out of there can get quite lengthy. There is no category beyond F. So if an intersection is operating at level F and there is an impact at that intersection, that it just continues to be at level F. So in summation, next slide. It was our opinion that the evaluation was conservative in nature. Even though we did have numbers taken during the pandemic, I believe those numbers were adjusted accordingly. That the project would not adversely affect traffic conditions on the opening year or cumulative. I'm not saying that there won't be any impact, okay? When you look strictly at a level of service analysis for each intersection, there was a slight increase in delay on most of these, but it did not cause any of these intersections to go to a worse level of service rating. That's what we're saying as part of the report. So therefore, there were no improvements warranted as a result of this project at these intersections. So I went through that rather quickly. When you guys have open it up for questions, if you do have additional questions, especially related to the VMT, which is a new item, it is a little confusing for even the best of us, but we'll be happy to answer any questions to the best of our abilities regarding these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes our report. So if you have any questions of staff, please let it, or any of our consultants, please let us know.
Council, any questions for staff or the consultants at this point? Councilmember Carter.
Okay, unmute myself there. Yes, I have a couple questions, and one is for Matt. I have two questions for Matt. Is he still on?
Yeah, JR just has to bring him back.
Okay. My questions will be for Matt and John, so if he wants to work by pulling John in also. Matt, hi, this is Robin Carter.
Hi, Robin.
Hi. My first question is, you and I met last week. I wanted to know from you more about the project. I asked you about the grade differential for the property going from north to south, and you were going to put a slide up, but I didn't see that slide. So could you talk about the grade differential for everyone, please?
Sure. The grade differential is actually quite significant from the level of Amherst back to the south property line. The site actually drops 20 feet, but we have worked toward a grading that will balance the site effectively, and the site will continue its slope to the rear as we develop it. So we're not going to be doing anything where we grade the site in the south anywhere to the level of Amherst. We're going with the contour of the property, and the homes will be sloping south as we travel along with the contour of the site.
Okay. The other question I have for you is the park that is being built there. Now, who's going to maintain that? Is that going to be responsibility of the city or for the residents at that home new development?
No, the maintenance of that park is going to be the responsibility of the HOA,
Okay.
but
So,
it'll be able to be used by the community surrounding the property.
yes, I worry that as we know in all parks, trash is left around and after people come and eat there, they just leave trash. Is that going to get old to the home? I don't expect you to answer that, but to the HOA, is that going to get old that they have to keep maintaining that and cleaning it up? So it's a
No, well, I can answer that in that there'll be part of the budget of the HOA will be the maintenance and management of that park. So it's going to be kept in very good condition. In fact, it's the gateway to the project. So I think the HOA is going to pay very special attention to keeping that park, even from the landscaping standpoint, the cleanup standpoint, in pristine condition, because that's really what everybody that comes to their homes is going to pass by as they enter. So I think that's really an important amenity to them to maintain.
Okay, good. Thank you. One question here for John. John, you're muted, so if you want to unmute yourself. You talked in, I think it was your second to last or last slide, and it caught my eye. The traffic report about Amherst and Fruit showing the number of vehicles on the street, and that's the highest area. You brought up too that there's not a signal, a left-hand signal down at Foothill in Williams. So a lot of people will, those people that live in there, that took into consideration all those people from Williams, Foothill, all the way up, that they'd be coming to Amherst to make a left and head over to Fruit.
Okay, I'm not following what your question is, so.
Okay, my question simply put is, did this report take into consideration that there isn't a signal at Foothill and Williams, that all those homeowners in that area will be cutting through Amherst to come over to Fruit?
Well, you can't really calculate on people's shortcuts or their cut throughs. What it does look like is if you look at Williams Avenue and Foothill, and you don't have the slides in front of you, but without the project today, that intersection operates at a level of service D, which is right on the cusp of almost failing. With the project, it still maintains a level of service D. The delay goes from like an average of 25.0 to 25.7, so it doesn't cause it to fall to that next level. When you're doing a traffic study, you cannot predict people's travel patterns for cut-throughs, shortcuts. All you can do is look at the intersections and see how that additional traffic impacts those intersections. So that is exactly what the study did. And again, it did not cause that intersection to go to a level of service E.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I have a couple questions.
Sure, go ahead.
John, how do you make the one thing I hear from the residents over and over again is the F study that's on Fruit and Amherst. How do you mitigate, and I know it doesn't change to a lower score because there is no lower score than an F study on there. How would that be, how could we mitigate that? What would we do to cause it to rise up? You talked about because there's no signal on Fruit and Amherst. If there was a signal eventually put there, what would that do to the score of that intersection?
Well,
but there's a
score,
close signal on Fruit and Bodwin, which is not very far away from it.
Correct, you do have one there. Again, you have to realize that the score of an intersection is based on delay. Okay, the primary cause, in my opinion, of that delay, and I haven't looked actually at the numbers, but would be any left turn movement, like be like a southbound left turn movement along Fruit onto Amherst. Right turns are not going to cause any significant delays. A left turn out of Amherst going south on Fruit, that would cause a significant delay. So that is why when you do install a traffic signal, you can control those movements. You can stop the north-south movements to allow those left turns. So that is literally how you get an intersection to perform better. The ultimate improvement would be to put a roundabout out there, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, because roundabouts actually do have a tendency to operate more efficiently than any other intersection treatment. However, yes, if you put a signal out there, that intersection would more than likely go to a level of service D or above.
Candace, I have a question on one of your slides. I don't know if you could pull it back up. It was on your DEIR slide, and you were talking about density issues in the area. And I just wondered if you can explain that a little more. It seemed we went a little fast on that.
Let me see if I can pull it up. It was labeled draft DIR.
You had DEIR on the slide.
Was it?
I keep watching this. I'm gonna get sick.
I know. I'm gonna go slow. I'm gonna
It's
go
all
slow.
right.
Tell me
It's
where
all right.
it is. Was it? It wasn't.
Slide 18, Candace.
18?
Yeah.
Don't have numbers on here. This is it. This one?
Go back one. This one, Rick?
Yes. About the where you said the project would satisfy almost 10% of the above moderate allocation of the moderate incomes of 223, but if the density were to be reduced, city would not be required to find sites elsewhere to make up that difference. I didn't understand. Can you explain that a little bit further, just so that we can all understand what you were trying to hit there?
So we get numbers allocated each year in our housing element. And it was increased significantly this year to the 1,346 units. And out of those 1,300 units, they break it down. Very low income, 414, low income, moderate, and above moderate income. We're required to have that housing in our city to be compliant with the state regulations. So this project would satisfy about 10% of that above moderate requirement of the 470 units. Therefore, it would help us meet our goals that are required for our RENA numbers. And if the density were reduced, as Planning Commission is recommending, if it were reduced, then we just have to find other sites in the city, which you all know is not easy to do with our city. There's just not a lot of land left. We would have to find other sites to meet these numbers.
And I was told, because we got in October of 19, but laws changed in January 2020 with new housing developments of making sure that low income housing would be part of every project. If this project was denied, and then it came back as a new project, would there have to be, because right now there's no low income parcels in this plot, would that have to be taken in place?
So I would feel more comfortable if Lisa Kranitz, the Deputy City Attorney, addressed this question. I think she was brought in. Are you there, Lisa?
She's on mute.
Oh, unmute yourself.
Just to chime in real quick on this SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, they redid their numbers, and a lot of the cities were very unhappy being on the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. They were very unhappy with the numbers because some of them are unattainable. And so they went back to SCAG and says, no, this is not something that we can work with, because as Ms. Bocock just stated, you only have so much land to develop. And then you go to mass density on some of these projects, and that's what they're pushing for, is mass density. And so you're kind of in a catch-22 situation where they don't leave you no chance to build decent projects, but mass projects like you've seen, like all of us have seen all through the area. So just a little information there. Is Lisa on?
You ready, Lisa?
She could take note of my question and answer it later on if we need to move forward as well.
I think she's trying to unmute herself.
Oh.
No, I think it's important. It's a good question. If she can.
She is unmuted. I'm not quite sure why we can't hear her.
I have,
She's been successful at getting the red microphone to go away, but whether or not that means that she's actually unmuted is.
as she's doing that too. What stuck out to me is the size of the street compared to the other 5 or 6 housing projects earlier, like the Emerald Walk, the Lordsburg Court, the Oak Grove Walk, Emerald Collection. The size of the street allows street parking, and it's a 20 feet easement from the house, so there's parking on the driveway as well. So then even a large truck like mine could park on the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And that I see as a significant difference of these other homes where they have almost zero space between the house and then the street that they're marked on.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lau.
I was just going to concur with that statement because I live in Lordsburg Court, and the description of the parking enumerated in the proposed project far exceeds what we have. So I know that there were some concerns raised by residents about parking potentially becoming an issue. But for myself, I'll tell you, I don't have even a driveway apron. I mean, luckily it's just, me, so it's the 2-car garage is fine. But this definitely alleviates, I think, some of the concerns some of the folks have raised with regard to, people parking outside of that development.
I would also chime in on this one also, because I couldn't quite get into Councilmember Lau's neighborhood. They locked me out, but I did. I've been at it before. So I went to the Emerald Walk. I went to Lordsburg Court, Orange Grove Walk, and the Emerald Collection. Some of the neighborhoods are so tight that there's red curbs painted, so you can't park in front of the houses. And also some of the houses have no driveway. There's a 2-foot driveway, basically, what it boils down to. I know in Councilmember Lau's neighborhood, the center of their town, the homes, detached homes, are literally, it's a green belt. And then you have the driveways on the backside. So this particular development has full flow driveways, full flow garage, full parking in front, full size street. So it is a little different, especially on the density, but if you drive through those neighborhoods, you'll see the difference on these 9.2 units per acre and 8.9. It does make a huge difference. So anyway, did we get Lisa on? Oh, she's on the phone.
Sorry, I was trying to get Lisa.
We're still working on it.
Okay, she was calling me.
Shall we move to, do we have any other questions for staff? We could probably move back to this after. Yes, Mr. Davis.
Yes, I have a question I've got plenty of comments to make, especially with regard to the RENA requirements that I think Councilmember Crosby brought up. But the question I guess I have, John, this one is for you, because I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, and I think it'll help the residents also. Because level of service has been around so long, there are prescribed mitigations should you change the level of service because of a project that then requires you to take mitigations to accommodate or modify that change in level of service. The VMT is new, but the VMT does not have any mitigation associated with it, right? You either screen out, meaning that there's no problem, so there's no additional burden to the project, or you don't screen out, which implies that there's some burden to the project, and so therefore the rest of the project needs to overcome that burden. Is my understanding on that correct?
Yes and no. There are actual mitigation built into the VMT system that were adopted by which were adopted by the state. They include such things as expanding the transit service, adding bus stops, providing bicycle facilities. So these are the types of mitigation facilities that they are looking at. To get one particular project, add, a bus service, that would be economically infeasible. So that is why the actual Council of Governments for San Gabriel Valley is looking at what's called a mitigation bank, where all the projects which fall under this category would contribute to this mitigation bank, which then the pooled funds could be used to expand transit, build bicycle pathways, things such as that. Unfortunately, since VMT is so new, they are still working, the COG is still working on developing that mitigation bank.
Thank you for describing that more new, as is typical with many things, the answer is really more nuanced than a simple yes or no. So I appreciate that. So essentially, the mitigations that we see that would be available to us in this case are really at a scale that's much larger. So it really requires economies of scale of many projects to group together to achieve something that would be mitigatable under the VMT. That's what
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
John, just a real quick question regarding the Williams and Foothill, and also the Amherst and Foothill. Signalization would have to be through Caltrans. Is that not correct? That is something we have to discuss with Caltrans in order to get something like that. And they're not the easiest entities to deal with when it comes to putting in signals. Is that correct?
That is correct. All that, any efforts at those two intersections would have to be coordinated with Caltrans. They'd be more than happy to allow the city to build it and pay for it,
yes.
But it would have to be coordinated with them.
That's good. That's what I do. That's what I thought, because we've had that issue before. I was just curious. Are we ready to go?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, you can?
Yes, we can hear you. Just Lisa?
Fabulous. Yes, it is. This is Lisa Kranitz, the Assistant City Attorney.
Good evening.
So now I'm going to go back and remember the question, which was, what happens if you enter into a new agreement? If this project doesn't go through and you enter into a new agreement with a different developer, then if 10 or more units are built on the project site, then 15% of those have to be affordable housing. Because this agreement was entered into before that law went into effect, it's not subject to those same requirements.
And then, I'm sorry, for a second part on that, when you allow for low income, the 15%, then doesn't it bump up the density rate as well?
If you would,
it could bump it up to like 29.
Depending what type of affordable units were presented and depending what percentage it is. But yeah, it all becomes very interlocking.
But to answer to Mr. Crosby's question, Lisa, that it could be a much more dense project. If that's what he's asking. Is that correct? It could be, because of the new state laws and the new rules.
It goes from maybe 11% to 50%, but by 50%, you'd have to have like 40% of your project be affordable housing.
And then the city couldn't say no to that.
50% would kick you into a lot more housing or not.
Because of the new state regulation, the city could not say, no, that's something that we would be mandated to do.
Correct. It applies to all cities, charter, and general law.
That answer your question, Mr. Crosby?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions for staff or Ms. Cranith? If not, we'll go ahead and move to public comment. We'll open up public comment. JR?
Yes, we do have public comment. Give me one moment and we'll start organizing. We will do those that are attendees via Zoom first. So if there are those that are attendees that would like to speak under public comment, please use the raise your hand function and we will go through you one by one. And then for those that also requested to call in, we will do those second and make sure that we call everybody that wanted to speak. So give me one moment, please.
I want to make sure that everybody knows we have quite a few people that are either on the line or going to be on Zoom, that they please keep their comments to the 3-minute rule. Also, if you're going to comment on something and it's going to be a double comment as far as the same issue, if we could please organize that, because there's a lot of people that would like to speak on this issue. And if we're basically people are saying the same item, whether they're for or against the project, whether the unit numbers or whatever, if we could please, if you hear the person that's on the call and they're saying the same thing you would like to say, I think it's been said and we can move on to the next person that has something different to say. If we could please be mindful of that. We have a lot of people that would like to speak and we would like to hear from everyone. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I've let Danita Beauchamp in the room.
Good evening, Ms. Beauchamp.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to say that the City of Verne has the opportunity to stand out from other surrounding foothill cities. And do we really want to look like the rest of the cities? Claremont, Glendora, Pomona, San Dimas have already succumbed to the developers' big dollar offers in purchasing land and building high-density housing complexes in their cities. Our city is considered a suburb of Los Angeles, and we should be able to maintain the existing zoning and landscape for our specific neighborhood. We have the right to preserve our city to maintain its level of character, integrity, and safety without those multi-million-dollar developers coming in and manipulating the cities and their neighborhoods. City of Verne will meet the necessary requirements of California, such as the RENA numbers that were discussed in Candace's slide, because they're participating in the Transportation Corridor Housing Project, as well as the San Gabriel Housing, Regional Housing Trust. And so I feel that the city will be able to meet those numbers that were listed without having to backfill or infill the single family residences that are in our neighborhood. And I just feel like the City Council did take the time to meet with us and listen to our concerns, which I do thank each and every one of you for that time. I understand your time is precious, as busy as you are all, but we really need the City Council and the mayor and everyone that is involved to hear the voices of the residents, that we're not obstructionists, we're not trying to block the project completely, but we need to have the project at a lower rate. As the traffic engineer discussed, Amherst and Fruit is already at a level F traffic. Adding an additional 84 cars through our street, it's already an unsafe street. As many of you saw how many cars drove down Amherst while you were in the in-person meeting with us at Mr. Allred's house. So please take the safety of the residents as the #1 priority. They're lifelong residents here, and I just feel that this is something that really needs to be thought through very carefully. It seems like there's a lot of that are trying to be changed all at one time. You've got zoning, you've got a general plan, a specific plan, and potentially 2 housing projects, not just Amherst, but you're also going to discuss I believe 2819, which is the housing project over on Fruit Street, which brings me to the fact that it was not included in the traffic study as a cumulative impact. And so there are things that
Ms.
have been
Beaucamp, we've
taken
used up your
shortcuts.
time. If you could please finish your statement. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure that all things are considered properly according to CEQA, and the new Fruit Street project is not. So,
Thank you
but
very much
thank you
for your
time.
comments. Thank you. I want to remind everybody too that please, if you've spoken once, that that should do it. We're going to do one time because we have so many people. So if you've spoken on the item, please let other people speak. Next, Yar. Ms. Skinner, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Hepburn, council members. The Laverne Chamber of Commerce advocates for the approval of the Amherst Housing Development Project. We support all of the city staff recommendations. The Amherst Commerce Project provides the city of Laverne with a critical opportunity to support our community, and it is imperative that we facilitate development that provides affordable housing choices for Laverne's workforce. Our young professionals need housing options that align with early career salaries. The 42 detached single-family homes will provide that much needed inventory, providing new attainable housing to ensure that our police officers, firefighters, teachers, and healthcare workers will have a home in the community that they serve. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner.
And sorry, there is a delay in promoting somebody to a panelist, so.
This is where Jeopardy comes in handy.
Looks like Mr. Hale's in.
Good evening again, Mr. Hale. You are muted.
Thank you, Council. And thank you, Mayor Hepburn. Hear me okay?
We can hear you now. Yes.
I have one. All right, thank you. I'm a resident of Claremont, and I had emailed Ms. Bocock on Saturday last week. I thank her for having sent the letter advising me of the proposed development. I wanted to state that I'm concerned that the residents of Claremont, notwithstanding that we're on the boundary line east of Williams, basically we're not notified by the city of Claremont. And so that's a zeroth concern of mine that you'll see in my email. And I invite you all to please read it. I also have a concern about, given that COVID-19 has been with us now for more than a year, I have not heard much said about how it should or has impacted an appropriate review of a project of this nature, one that will be here perhaps for 50 years or however long. And it's my view that it has caused difficulties in communication, and it has actually short-circuited what would be diligence in the review of surrounding communities, particularly the Claremont neighbors to the east. And this has to do with the fact that the prevailing winds carry viruses, including COVID-19. Animal studies have demonstrated this, and I outlined that in my email. I'm also concerned that should there be a catastrophic event like a great earthquake, the proposed project is so dense and so difficult to access that I think it would be irresponsible not to have other means of having emergency vehicles have ingress and egress. Again, that's mentioned also in my email. I would further say that because the commercial nursery has been operating there, I would think it's appropriate and mandatory that a soils investigation of the condition, chemical condition of the soil as it relies on use or other things that have been done over the years by the nursery needs to be done, and I did not see that included in the environmental impact report. If I missed that, I would welcome someone correcting me about my oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Good evening, Mr. Husky. You're muted. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I just want to say I am supportive of this project. The exterior of the houses are attractive. These aren't condos or townhomes. These are freestanding houses. There are front yards, backyards, side yards, and driveways for every house. And also, I support this project. There will eventually be 42 new households who buy locally, eat at local restaurants, and help support the city's tax base. And also, I like the project due to the fact that there's going to be a part there that's going to be open up for the community, as well as build houses with solar and the roofs and electric vehicle charging stations in the garages. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Fisher, good evening. You are on mute. There you go. Good evening.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. I know this is a long meeting. I've been sitting here for 2 hours, so I know how you guys are feeling. But thank you all for all that you do for our city. I just wanted to say that, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you're a little muffled, but yeah, if you could just raise it up a bit or get closer to the mic, please.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. Thank you.
All right, so initially in our neighborhood, we got a petition signed. We submitted about 113 signatures to you. And after the last meeting was canceled, I asked for help from neighbors on the surrounding streets. And I kind of assigned a person per street. And with those people, we got an additional 179 signatures from residents who are against this project, not necessarily against the entire project, but against the 42 houses. Everyone thinks maximum 33, less would even be better. Of those 179 signatures, 35 of those people were from Foothill Terrace on Fruit, because it's going to impact them greatly trying to exit out of that intersection there where it meets Amherst. It's already very difficult for them and for us to exit onto Fruit Street making left turns. But it's going to add at least another 100 cars commuting from there. So 35 of those signatures were from the Foothill Terrace and also from Twin Oaks people. And then Patty Lutterell had posted it on Nextdoor, and she had directed phone calls to me. And we had 11 people signed that were from Claremont, which is right there at the Gary and Williams, because it's going to affect them as well. So in total, we submitted to you 303 signatures of people who are against this project, who live in this neighborhood. And I can appreciate Linda from the chamber. I don't know, I think her name was Linda, I'm not sure, from the chamber, who thinks that a $700,000 to $800,000 house is going to be affordable for a new teacher. It is just not. That is not an affordable house. This is not going to be housing for young people who are starting out. And all of you know that my daughter and her fiance just bought a house in San Dimas. It's a townhouse that they paid $550,000 for, because there's no way they could afford a $700,000 to $800,000 house. So as far as this project appealing to the younger millennial families, I just don't see that as happening. But with Linda, I feel like it was a play out of Matt Waken going to the chamber, which I know he did. So that to me, it burns my, and I know you guys have a time limit, but we've all sat here for over 2 hours listening to the same things we've listened to at every single meeting. So I'm sorry, I was actually trying to be really cool about when I called you, because I do appreciate all that you do, but listening to all the BS that was just talked about, when they're talking about square footage of houses in this neighborhood going
Denise, your time is up. I'm sorry. We need to move on to the next individual, if you don't mind.
Let me just end you real quick. Could I end you with just saying to please join us and the Planning Commission, who also voted against this project. We would appreciate you voting with us as the voters in this town that you are supposed to represent. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Good evening. I take everyone can hear me. Is that correct?
Yes, we can. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Lattarell.
Good evening. I'm Patty Lattarell, and I am concerned about the proposed development at Amherst. Each of us speaking tonight, we all come from a different place in our lives, a different location that we live, background, livelihood. But what we all have in common is our love for this city and the small town feel and our concern for our neighbors. And we understand the city's need to sell this property on Amherst, and we are not trying to stop that at all. We would of course love it to stay undeveloped, but that's unrealistic. It's going to get developed, and we get that. The problem is the 42 homes crammed onto a 5.6 acre parcel does not fit our community, is not transitional. Transitional from 8 homes, mobile homes per unit or per acre, to our 3 units per acre would be closer to what we're asking, which is the 33 units there. That would be more transitional in my point of view. So there's plenty of people here that know a lot more about all of this than I could ever hope to. So I can speak to where I come from, and that is 17 years of sitting on the school board. And for 17 years, we made decisions based on what we knew in our hearts to be best for the students of the community. We did a pretty good job of that, made some really hard decisions over the years. So what I'm asking you is that, in your heart, do you believe that these 42 homes is what is in the best interest of the people in the city of Laverne? And I would just like to make sure that you understand the impact that will have on our lives, but yet that we want to be able to compromise and agree to the 33 homes. We talked about the truck length. I just wanted to make a clarification on that. It's my understanding it's 20 feet from the garage door to the driveway. The truck we have, 22 feet tip to toe, would not fit on the driveway, won't fit in the garage. We would have no place to park it. Fewer homes on these lots would allow for larger lots per home and some larger spaces for things like this. Not everyone's going to have a big truck like I do. I get that, but we do, and a lot of people do, and it wouldn't fit. So scaling this project back to its original scope is a compromise I think we can all live with. Leadership is the art of give and take. In previous developments, you guys have gone toe to toe and said, we know what's right for our community and work with the developers to get what we want. And I would like you to do that for us tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lattarell. Good evening, Lily.
Sorry, my son turned off. Sorry. Okay.
There you go.
Yes.
Evening.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Actually, I really need to speak up. Lock the door. Okay. I really need to speak up for some residents. They are not able to use Zoom. It's the technology really difficult for some residents. So I'm appreciate I have the opportunity to upon the project. I'm in the 7B. Okay. Emma Street. My name is Lily Breno. So my parents used to live in that area, so I'm kind of familiar. So according to the last 2 Plan Commission hearing on March 9 and March 17, I heard a lot of residents spoke on this project. They noticed in a very short time without enough notice and transparency. So they started a petition. As the high density housing is encouraged in California, so it's also coming to our city. It will be not like a one time. It will have a similar project coming in the future. So what I concern is not only the traffic, because more new residents move to our city, it will change the environment because especially the school, police department and the fire department, they all need to grow to meet the needs. So, so that's what I concern a lot. And of course, the traffic, I never dare to turn left on whatever foothill or Flu Street because it's very difficult to turn left on without a signal. But if you have more of like 42 house coming, I don't think it's possible to turn left anyway. Even turn right is very difficult to fit in the traffic. So the study about the transportation is mostly based on the, like last year, pandemic is not really that much traffic at all. So that's a very big concern about this. And so I just hope our city will have more transparency to notice residents. Sometimes people mix the mail, so have to really notice neighbor by neighbor and find out it's coming, because no in-person study workshop only on Zoom is not enough. I know some residents online today, they couldn't figure out how to use Zoom, how to make a phone call to comment. It makes it pretty difficult for them. So that's what I'm concerned. So I love our city, of course. I hope welcome some new residents come to our city. But at the same time, the old resident is really will love the environment of Laverne. So I don't know why. What's the benefit of the high density housing, affordable housing to our city? Maybe we'll have to do that, right? So according to design, actually 42 is a very big number. Definitely not enough. I mean, the space is very narrow. At least need to take out all those house in the center, have some space for kids to play. If the young owner come in, it's not enough space for them at all.
Lily, you're coming close to your time, so if you could please finish up, please.
Yeah, thank you for listening. Just a lot of concern. A lot of people may be not able to stay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It looks like Terry Munoz is in the room.
Terry Munoz, yeah, you're muted. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Ms. Munoz. Yes, we can.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I have lived in Laverne for over 21 years. My husband and I raised our two kids. They're now in their late 20s. And I am in support of this project for some of the other reasons that were stated earlier. So I won't go over those again. But I just wanted to say, most importantly, that I believe this project will attract younger families, which is much needed in Laverne. And I am a parent of a 28 and 29-year-old. They are college educated professionals. They've been living on their own since they graduated college. And we're witnessing our kids and their friends having to go outside the city to find housing, affordable housing, and to raise their families. And we'd like to see them stay here in Laverne if possible. And to bring up some of the comments from other people, they said they wanted to keep larger lots, which would mean more money. And then if you keep it more affordable with the 42 homes, I think it's more affordable for the young families to afford to live here. And the new laws that Mr. Crosby brought up will state that they'll mandate more dense, lower income housing in the future. So I think this project is more beneficial for us to proceed with this one. And they're beautiful. They have parking for everyone. A new park will be added for the entire community, not just the people living there in their HOA. And so that's what I just wanted to say, that I'm hoping that this project will attract younger families to the city. So thank you very much.
Hey, Terry, did your son play soccer, the 28-year-old?
Does he play soccer?
Did he play soccer?
My son played soccer and baseball, and
I think he played with my son. So I think, yeah, I'm sure he did. Yeah.
He did. So
I thought so. Long time. Thank you for your comments. Really appreciate it. Tell him I said hi, please.
Sure.
Take care. Bianca Munoz, you're muted.
Hi, yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilman. As a resident and young adult who currently resides in the city of Laverne, I know firsthand how difficult it is to find housing. I moved an hour away. to the city of Laverne to be close to work. I've seen the project Matt Waken has presented, and I feel this is greatly going to help the housing shortage we do have in the city. I've driven by the site. As a person in real estate, I know how difficult housing is and to develop in the area. As a young adult who currently lives in the city, I think this is a great opportunity to be able to purchase a new home with the amenities and features I would personally look for when purchasing, such as the amenities as in the solar and the UV charging. I think this is a great opportunity and I am in favor of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Jolyn Wang, you are muted.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, Ms. Wang.
Hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
we can.
yeah,
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm actually calling. I support of this project, and I'm really excited about this project. And as you know, the other people that are speaking, we're going to bring a lots of young family in our community. I personally live in the Oak Grove Walk, right on the D Street and Foothill. So in our communities, there is a sidewalk, but it's not a real sidewalk. And when I see the project, Mr. Matt, when he gave us a presentation about the new community, going to be a sidewalk, going to be a park, going to be like driveway. So I think it's going to be great for lots of young families to move in to raise their family, their kids. And I personally, I do have friends who live in North Pomona and they wanted to live in the city of Laverne, but they can't find they can't find the house in the north of Laverne and the shortage of the inventory. So I think this will be great overall for the city of Laverne, and even though for some of the like our business in the city of Laverne. So that's just my opinion. I'm 100% support this project. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry, good evening. You're muted. There you go.
Okay. All right. I can't even see if I'm right in by the camera or not.
You're
but
good. You're right there. We can see your name.
Okay, good. Well, hopefully it'll come on. Let me see here. Maybe I can turn it on. There we go. Okay.
Hello, good evening.
All right. Okay. So first of all, I want to say I am grateful to participate in the actual Zoom. Just a heads up, multiple people who are doing the live stream are reporting a big issue with freezing and lagging and not getting many of the comments. So the tech people, just heads up. This is seamless. I haven't missed a thing. So it's been really good to be part of it. Okay, so I have a few concerns, one being the changing of the density plans of the proposal without public hearings, because I know initially it was going to be the lower amount, and then we didn't have a public meeting where it was discussed on increasing it. I'm concerned about the safety, emergency access, emergency evacuation. If there's a marked increase in population, yeah, more people does mean more traffic, and that needs more public safety. As far as additional residents, there's the need for additional resources, such as we still only have 8 firefighters, and we need at least 17, and I imagine with probably a few hundred or more people, that's going to increase. So I wanted to find out again, what is the plan as far as increasing our safety? I do have some concerns, and I know that the state has a lot of requirements on us. I ask that you weigh everything very carefully. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Appreciate it. No pictures of the puppies? Come on.
They're sleeping.
Oh, that's good. There's too many of them. Thank you.
Bye.
Mr. Longo, you are muted.
I apologize for that.
Oh, you're good. We can hear you.
Everybody.
Evening.
Yeah, just I'm a proponent of the plan. I'm 22-year resident. We raised our 3 daughters here. They went through the school district, and so many other people that are for this plan, said what I need to say. But I want to make another point that is very important. Our kids are at that age. We have we have basically 3 in college right now, so it's very expensive. But the girls, we want them to grow up, have their kids and their families in Laverne. And what we feel is that projects like this are going to open up housing. And it's not only can they afford their first home in that community, but what I feel is that other Laverne residents are going to be able to move to that community and open up opportunities for our kids in areas where they could afford it. And I think it's a good point that we need to consider. But we love Laverne just like everybody else does on both sides of the fence. But I really believe that this project, is going to be great revenue for the city. It's going to, help our schools, help our sports and all the things that go along with the rest of the city. And again, it's a well thought out project because of like I said, I like the single family homes, and it's not the condos and the townhouses. So that's about it. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Longo. Ms. Johnson, you are muted. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we certainly can.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Our family's lived on Amherst since 1965, and I just want to echo, I know you said no repeating, but I really do want to echo the concerns of all of my neighbors regarding this proposal. We all pretty much agree on it, which is hard in a neighborhood to be able to agree on things. And I think we would initially actually like it to be back to the existing general plan. But as someone said earlier, very, very eloquently, to compromise is something too. But I'm just not sure how this idea went from the existing 3 units per acre to 8. I mean, that's a really big jump. And from the very beginning, back in 2019, when the then mayor and city council agreed to go into escrow with the developer, even then he was talking 5 to 6 with his proposal. And now here we are at 8. And there's that's to me just wrong. That is way too big of a jump. The planning commission back then adopted the resolution that, they would go ahead and okay the sale of the property to the developer, and that it wasn't a conflict with the general plan, but it was. He was proposing 5 or 6, and the general plan says 3. So just from the get-go, it has never really rung true with the neighborhood and with everything that's built around it, besides mobile homes. And if you want to compare mobile homes to homes on 10,000 acre or 10,000 square feet, it's kind of difficult. We're talking, apples and oranges. And as far as traffic, I think we've been through that enough. I mean, nobody wants to say it, but it's bad as it is, and it's going to get so much worse. There's apartments down on Bradford and Foothill. You're trying to put 42 homes in on this side. On the other side, Amherst and Fruit, just near that, there's a large affordable housing project that's going in by Brandywine Homes, I believe. And that's a little over 2 acres. Now, where are all those cars going to go? People are going to be shooting across Amherst, and it's going to be bad, I think. There's already 2 large mobile home parks there on Bradford that tie into Amherst. There's 467 mobile homes there. Why are we adding just density upon density? I don't understand it. I see the card. I just feel like we're being let down by the city, and I'm pretty disappointed in. We don't feel like we're being listened to, and I appreciate it if we could come to a little bit more of a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Callaway, it is your turn now. You might want to unmute though.
All right, so I'll make mine short and sweet because I know I've only got 3 minutes. However, I am a third generation Lavernian, so to speak, and in fact, living in this section where we're talking about doing the improvement. I'd have my head up my butt if I didn't believe that the property would not be developed at some point in time. I have no issue with the property being developed. However, again, like Ms. Johnson had said, increasing the density, I think, is absolutely ridiculous. I know you guys are looking at it and saying that the mobile home park is where it's at. However, the mobile home park entrances are on Williams and on Bradford. This entrance is going to be on Amherst. I have no issue with putting in homes. Trust me, I believe that's going to do nothing but help my property value and the surrounding community. But I think what you guys are allowing Mark to do is ridiculous. When I built my home in 2000, you guys stipulated and insisted that I could only do so much. However, this guy's got the money. And now that he's got the money, you guys are willing to change the rules for him, but you wouldn't do it for me. So I don't understand why there's this tit for tat. It just doesn't work for me. Put in 4 homes per acre, fine, so be it. I'm not going to complain, but you guys tell me that I can only do so much for my home, but yet you're allowing him to go above and beyond what you allowed me to do. And that's not right. And look, Laverne is a great community. I think we all love Laverne, and we're all here for one reason and one reason alone. We believe that our community is something special, and a lot of people want to move here in this city because of what it is. However, let's be honest. If this guy's going to put in 40 some odd homes and sit there and say that $800,000 is somehow affordable to the smaller community, we all know that's going to turn into a bidding war, and the homes are going to be way more than that. He doesn't have Laverne's interests at heart. He doesn't have our community's interest at heart. All he's looking at is his pocketbook, and he wants to make millions of dollars, and he's going to make millions of dollars on this community. And I don't think that's right. I believe that in order to keep the integrity of Laverne, we need to keep it the way it is. I saw the card, Mr. Russi. We're all good. That's all I'm going to say. I've lived in this community, in fact, right down the street from where this is going to be. And this is just going to be a huge impact in our community and in the surrounding people around this area. That's it, you guys. That's all I got to say. I wish everybody the best.
Thank you, Mr. Calloway. Appreciate it. Susan Sherman. Ms. Sherman, you're muted. There you go. Good evening.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I'm the property manager and a general partner of the Twin Oaks Mobile Home Park. And the Amherst project is right next to Twin Oaks Park. And we will currently share walls. So those 42 homes, they're beautiful. And I agree that the influx of young families and first-time home buyers will enhance the businesses in the city of Laverne, bring in income. And in looking at the neighborhood map, an addition of this small community of single-family homes is compatible with the zoning mix. Actually, I think it fits very well. It's not a high density project. And I'm in favor of the project as it's aesthetically pleasing, will generate income for the city of Laverne. And we really need to do our part in helping our state offer affordable and additional housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Munoz, you are muted. Good evening, Mr. Munoz.
Am I there?
You are here, sir. Good evening.
I apologize. Gen X. This is my first Zoom meeting ever, so I apologize.
That's okay. I remember our first one 10,000 of them ago.
Well, listen, really quickly, great points from everybody. I do want to say that I do support the 42 home project, mainly based on the empathy of where my wife and I were 21 years ago. We moved into Laverne, that there was no houses to be bought at that time. And we lucked out, we got a little house on the outskirts of the city, in the city. But in response to a lady who earlier said the character of our city, I really believe the character of our city is the families that we enable to be part of the city. And reading between the lines, the reason you did a great presentation for why the 40, I didn't understand the 42 versus 30 something, but I really think the state's coming down on us pretty quick and hard. And this is a good way for us to keep control of what we bring into our city, because multiple dwelling facilities are coming. If you look at our neighboring cities, you see this overcrowding on Foothill and Route 66. They are overbuilding because of the need. This is a great project for us to still have control of what looks good, is laid out for families, front yard, backyard, driveways. I think it's a very well laid out project, and for us to keep control of how our city's going to look. So I'm in total support of this, and love this city, and I would love to see our kids stay here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz.
Take care.
Matthew.
This is Matt Uboka. I live in Pepperdine for 38 years, same house. And I just want to do some sidebar notation here. You canceled the last meeting 2.5 hours before the meeting. And that was kind of strange due to technical issue. And I have noticed that all the pro-developer people that are calling in never mentioned anything during the past meetings on the planning committee and all of a sudden they are all popping up. And I'm wondering if the developer was buying time to recruit a lot of these people. Case in point, the managers of the Twin Oaks will not allow us to talk to all the residents there. And one of the residents found out about it, and he did it by talking to the other residents, and they are totally against it. So what I'm against is the message that being given to all these uninformed callers. We are not against development. We are okay with the original LOI, letter of intent, of 33 homes. We said that from the beginning. And what we're against is the 42 units. And if you take the difference between the two, it's 9 units. And the Chamber of Commerce said, oh, this would be additional income for our stores and all that. Do you think 9 homes is going to make a difference in your business? Do you think 9 homes is going to make a difference in your school district? And you know what? Everybody's keeping talking about, oh, we need more people to move in here. And I look at the developer slide 36. He shows 8,891 people coming to work in Laverne and 9,946 leaving Laverne daily to work somewhere else. Do you think 9 homes, the difference between 42 and 33 is going to make a difference? And most of those 8,891 I check are low type of workers. A lot of those 9,000 that leave Laverne are professors. They teach at APU, they teach at Cal Poly or Claremont, and a lot are engineers working in Orange County. And then he keeps saying that the park is a buffer. I think the park is an incubator for transient people. The minute you make that public, it's very, very difficult to enforce it. And then he keeps saying that, 33 and 42, there's no aesthetic differential. Well, I know where the difference is. It's in his pocket. It's called profit. So this is what I want to say. Let me appeal to your conscience, okay? Look within yourself and ask yourself the true and clear conscience to be your guide. Ask yourself, am I doing this right or wrong? It's not about me or the developer, but for the good of Amherst neighborhood. We're not against development, but it must be reasonable and sound. So what matters most to you? Is it your conscience captive to all these directives coming from Sacramento, or your conscience is captive to the developer's heavy handed
Brooks,
marketing
you
approach.
could please finish your statement.
All right.
Time.
What matters most are people and the generations that will follow and live in this neighborhood, not about money to temporarily fill the city's treasury fund or the developer's objective of maximum profit. So take the high road. Recalibrate your conscience for the good of Laverne. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boko. Ms. Mathias, how are you?
I am good. It's Ruth Spathius.
Oh, there you go. Well, I totally butchered that. Spathius, there you go. Good evening.
Yeah, butchered that. So we've lived here for a long time, and I would have to say that I really do reiterate the sentiments of a lot of people that are against this project, and then even some people that are for the project. So we moved to Laverne from San Dimas, and in doing so, we were a young family, and we had purchased a home outside of Laverne, sold it, and then we purchased a home in Laverne. So as a first-time home buyer, we could probably not afford it at that time. So I think our children are going to do the same thing. We're encouraging them to make their money in their professional lives, buy whatever property if they need to rent it out, and then sell it and then move up. So that's usually the way the ladder goes, and purchasing home, purchasing power. So in our surrounding area, I looked on a map, and where there used to be the Lemon Grove, there are 30 homes there. And then up north on the other street, just south of the 210 freeway, there's 22 homes there in that street, and the layout is very nice. So this housing project is just south of me, and I was looking at the original, I have it pulled up here on my screen, the original report, September 16th, 2019. It has the agenda summary, recommendations, and then the background. And on the bottom of that page, it says MW Investments LLC submitted the leading proposal consisting of 5 to 6 units per acre with a bid of 5.6 million. So how it came to 8 units per acre, I think a lot was missed in there. And I understand Laverne is wanting some revenue from property values and from added people in the city, for young families to attend school because they'll get the revenue from the state. I understand all of that. But why this little 5 acre property? I think just it needs to have, and it has only one entrance and one exit. So I think that would be an issue too. So, and I know for years it had just been a little, thank you. It had just been a nursery, and I think you guys were leasing it out for $25,000 per year. And I think there was probably a lot of revenue lost over that time period. But I don't know if this is the battle that, this developer wants to win on. There's other properties north of Laverne, the golf course that will be developed, I'm sure, in the future, but maybe look at that property. Thank you guys for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Matthews. Appreciate it. Mr. Robbins. You are muted. There you go.
Thank you. I am for this development. My wife and I are raising 3 children in Laverne and have been longtime residents of Laverne. I feel that this new development gives great opportunity to first-time buyers in Laverne and the younger families that it gives the opportunity to. It also backs the small business of Laverne. It backs the school district of Laverne and also the sports programs that are involved in Laverne. Once again, I am for this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Geddes, how are you? You're muted. There you go. I think we can hear you now.
Okay. Sue Geddes, 38 years residing on Pepperdine Court. I don't want to reiterate what has been said about excessive density, non-compatibility, etc. I do want to go back to the impact on Amherst. Amherst is not equipped to handle more traffic. It's already inundated with shortcutters to the freeway. 42 more units will bring, conservatively speaking, 84 more vehicles with one small road to enter and exit the development. We're not talking about a foothill boulevard or Route 66. I think it will severely impact the quality of life for surrounding residents traveling just daily lives to and fro. Also, contrary to what many have said, I believe young families are seeking first homes with space and yards in which children can play. Those I've informally polled, all of them resoundingly would not pay $700,000 to $800,000 for a home with limited outdoor space. And lastly, progress is inevitable, but progress that makes sense and has balance. The developer spoke about 1966 and the progress that has been made since then, allowing us our homes now. But he neglected to talk about the saturation point. You can't do it forever. We chose this city above all other cities in which to settle and raise a family. A developer has no such attachment, only profit at our expense. And I feel that your role, which is huge, is to care for this fine city and protect its residents and its great heritage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Geddes. Ms. Gabaldon, you are muted.
Go right here, right
Yes,
here.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. I'm trying to do bullet points in order to get through everything. First of all, on the scoping, our neighborhood was never involved in any of the scoping for the EIR or anything like that. 24 more mailers could have been sent out, and all of us on Amherst could have been notified all the way back in October, and we might not even be here tonight arguing like this. What is interesting about the RENA numbers is that this site's APN number is not included on the vacant parcel list for the city. I don't know if you guys all know that, but they're actually supposed to be presented and listed and inventoried, and this site was never included in that. Somehow in the past few months, this site has suddenly become part of those numbers, and that needs to be addressed. The $800,000 sale point is completely a joke. Here are two current houses that just sold, I'll go like that, $775,000 and $810,000. And the selling point on these, because they're around the corner, was the yards. I've talked to the new young families. They wanted big yards. The traffic, this traffic study has so many issues still. The LDS church was never included. And what you guys don't know is that every single morning, very early, they have school. Those numbers were never, ever included. The school, a Lutheran high school, isn't even mentioned in it. The two new local projects, the Fruit Street Nursery, and I'm pointing behind me because it's actually right behind me. The Fruit Street Nursery is nowhere mentioned in it. And as a cumulative impact, you have to include all known projects. Tonight in your consent calendar, you guys voted on giving that project more money for their own traffic study. You now know about that project. You voted on it tonight. You cannot approve this EIR or traffic study now because now you know there's a project which is missing from it. That and the big project on Bonita and Gary and Bonita, the 650 units that was never ever included in these traffic studies. Lastly, on the traffic study, and I wish I had caught this 2 months ago, this street, Amherst, is actually noted as a collector street. We are not a collector street. We are a local street. Our threshold is 1,500 cars per day. not the 7,500 cars which are listed in the staff report. In the presentation to traffic study, that is a big error. We are a local street, 1,500 vehicles max. And I don't know how that could have been missed, but I even emailed you guys today and I put that map in I actually attached the map from our own general plan with that. The cost of the developer is actually included in the EIR, and that is one that's not usually typical in EIRs to write it out the way it was written out. That's actually very atypical. But his whole claim this whole time is that the grading was going to cost a lot of money. He even confirmed tonight it wasn't going to cost a lot of money. I checked the grading myself. There's actually an export of only about 3,000 cubic yards. And if you
Cynthia, I'm sorry.
lastly, your way out is to build 10 lots. You can build 10 lots and you can get out of all this. And it would still, you guys could still get the money you need for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Miss Lockhart, you are not muted.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. As a 32-year Laverne resident and owner of 7 historic homes and 2 commercial properties in our city, I have concerns about how the state's mandates of affordable housing, along with the Assembly Bill for Surplus Land Act, will greatly and negatively affect the Amherst property if an agreement is not reached with developer Walburn. Therefore, I speak in support of the Amherst project. I ask you to consider a few facts. The first being the importance and significance of this application from 18 months ago with grandfather rights. There isn't any low-income housing of the state's 15% mandated that would be required in a new application. Affordable housing equates to homes that must sell for less than $300,000. The recent April sale on Amherst was $1 million for an upgraded 1,914 square foot home. The Walburn proposal forecasts asking prices in the high 700s, which I believe will support the higher values of existing homes with larger lot sizes. There's no dispute that this project is far more favorable than a mix with low income or all affordable housing. Director Scheer confirms in his agenda report that the purchase and sale agreement with MW Investment Group was entered into before the new Surplus Land Act provisions became effective. State Assembly Bills 1486 and 1255, supporting public lands for affordable housing development, will require the city of Laverne to inventory and report the Amherst property as excess land as part of the statewide inventory if this agreement is not reached. Change is difficult. I don't care for the newer medium density towering 2-story apartments with subterranean parking at the corner of First and G streets. The Amherst project is polar opposite of that project and other medium density housing like the Brandywine Homes proposed 2 projects with 58 attached interlocking townhomes on 2.26 acres across from McDonald's. That's 20 homes per acre, double the Amherst project. The other Brandywine Homes project that is coupled with the Fruit Street project is for the development of affordable housing on 3 parcels the city is selling to Brandywine Homes. I like that the Amherst proposal is for new, quality, full-size, single-family homes that are standalone with attractive exteriors with front, back, and side yards. The proposed, and don't forget the park. The proposed density is compatible with the adjacent mobile home park and neighborhood. There was good reason why the city accepted MW Investment Group's offer to purchase the Amherst property over bids from other developers. There's greater motivation today to approve the development versus certainty of the state's mandated imposition of the Assembly bills for use of public lands that will cram an affordable housing element on the Amherst site. I appreciate Matt Waken's support in saving from demolition the 2 houses
Ms. Lockhart, please.
that are behind me that were moved from White Avenue. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lockhart. Shadi Othman, you are muted. There you go.
Hello, my name is Shadi Othman, and I want to express my support on the Amherst housing development. Because it's a city-owned property, I think it'd be great to see the sale go towards housing use and the city receiving the revenue benefits that can go towards other improvements within the city. You know, design of the homes, in my opinion, looks great and would be a beautiful addition to the area, which looks to be mostly surrounded by mobile homes. I do think the design of the homes are adequately sized, being considerate of energy efficiency, which is where the world is essentially moving in today's world. I'm not a fan of excessively large homes or large yards. I do feel that they are an efficient use of space, a lot of maintenance, and that's especially the case with these larger yards. Having these, you know, single family homes and private driveway parking added to the area is a perfect fit with Laverne housing character, I think. And I mean, I would love to see it stay this way. I also do like how the development is providing resident amenities, you know, like the park and, you know, the pits and things like that for young families to come join the community. Just, you know, on my end, I would say that as a working professional in the medical field, you know, I would be interested in purchasing a home like this, as I am looking for something with a smaller lot and a smaller yard to maintain that's not an apartment. You know, this is the same for other young families who I know. That's why I think bringing these young families to the community will help keep the city lively and growing, which gives a place like Laverne the energy it needs to thrive. You know, I've lived here since I was young. I went to school here from Laverne Heights all the way to Bonita. I, you know, completed my undergrad. I went to Western all the while living in Laverne. And now as I look to grow my own family, ideally, I would like to have a modern home like this where my children can stay in the city and live in a beautiful city like Laverne rather than me having to, you know, go to an outside city and give that revenue somewhere else. So all in all, I hope that's taken into consideration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. MD Shahid, you are muted. You're still muted. And we're still muted.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll just take the opportunity that this will be the last person that we show that has their hand raised. So if there are any other attendees that haven't gotten a chance to speak yet, that want to, please make sure that you use that hand raising function.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. Shahid.
Okay. Sorry, the program took me on a different page for some reason when you allowed me. Let me introduce myself. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and all the other participants in this meeting. My name is MD Shahid. My wife and I were the owner of the 5th house on Williams. I'm a registered civil engineer in the state of California. I'm a branch chief in Caltrans. I've worked for numerous years on the private side and on the government side. And currently I'm on the government side for the past many years for many type of different development projects from small to big. One thing we always try to do as public officials is to look at the best interest of the people, not just any people, the people that are going to be impacted by the project. And I speak again, I know you told me not to reiterate, but I hear all these folks coming in tonight, which were not there present previously. The meeting was changed all on a sudden, and I can read the lips that many of these folks are reading from a pre-manufactured script, voicing their support for this project. When the planning commission meeting happened, none of these voices were heard. This project is definitely going to be jeopardizing the quality of life in our neighborhood. When you get 175 signatures, that means something to you, that should mean something to you. We at Caltrans, we at state, care about one signed letter from one resident of one committee. We work with the mayors and the city commissioners to make sure that they're all happy. 175 signatures from one small community should mean something to you. You are there to bring unity between the city members. The developers come and go. We are permanent residents of your city. You have an obligation to serve our interests and not the developer's interests. This developer would stay here, he'll make his money, he'll move along. We are here permanent. Look at the comments that so many of us have submitted. Look at the comments by writing and look at the comments that we have submitted. Many of the folks who are voicing their opinion in support of this project do not live in this community at all. They don't know the whole setup of this community. We are first-time home buyers. We purchased this property in this community because of the large lots, because of the serene and peaceful atmosphere, because of the quality of life. We have been in Laverne and we love this city. We want to stay like that. So when you vote, please remember that the council members were not stupid people. They were intelligent people. All four of them voted to bring this, to tone down the scale of this project. That's what I want to mention. Bring something that's suitable for this neighborhood. We are not against development. Again, none of us are voicing our opinion to say that we are against development. We are with development, but bring something that suits this neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shahid. JR?
Yes, sir. I'm bringing on the first caller right now. Hold on one second.
Thank you. How's council hanging in there? Everybody okay? Robin? Okay. I'm standing. I cannot sit any longer. I am like standing. It is the best thing in the world.
Mr. Mayor, I have Art Villa on the line.
Mr. Villa, how are you this evening?
Doing well. How about yourself, sir?
Good, thank you.
I just wanted to get an opportunity to speak in regards to the proposed new housing that's being introduced off of Amherst. What attracted us to the area, we moved here about 5 years ago, is the neighborhood, the peace, the not a ton of traffic, and I just feel that what's being proposed and the amount of units that are being proposed is just way too many for our neighborhood. I just think it's going to create a lot more traffic. I think that's not what we originally liked about Laverne and particularly our area. I understand if you want to build that, I think you could reduce the number of houses that you're gonna be slotting for that area. I think another thing you want to consider is if you're going to do that, open up the Bowden Street so that you can level or reduce some of the traffic that's going to be going through Amherst, because now everything is going to be funneling that way. And at minimum, if you're going to do something of that nature, you should consider opening up the Bowden Street through traffic. And that's all I really wanted to say. You know, on behalf of my wife and I, we just hope you take our thoughts into consideration.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Mr. Mayor, I have Jeff Allred on the line.
Good evening, Mr. Allred.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's getting late, and I've listened to all the discussion and appreciate the comments of many of my neighbors. The major issues are clearly density and traffic, and we believe a reduction in the density to 32 houses, as originally proposed in the preliminary plan by the developer, will address those impacts. So today we look to you, our mayor and city council, to continue Laverne's legacy of strong leadership on behalf of Laverne residents, particularly those of us that live close to the facility, the site. We ask you to protect our quality of life from this massive zone change. The existing 3 units per acre on the site to to 8 units on the site. And we believe, as do all the other people that have signed this petition, over 200, that the appropriate zoning would, or density would be 6 units per acre, or 33 units. So we ask you to respect and follow the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to hold this developer to his original proposal of up to 33 homes rather than 42 houses. And if that happens, I think we're all happy. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Allred.
Mr. Mayor, I have Marilyn Brindle.
Ms. Brendel, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Hepburn and council members. Thank you for, I know this is a really long night for all of you. Appreciate the time and appreciate the ability to be heard. And in advance, I want to thank all of you for hopefully making the best decision to benefit both the residents of Laverne and the city. We've lived here on Amherst for over 25 years, and we're grateful to live here. We purchased here because of the size of the lot, and I remember the orange groves at the corner, and everything changes, but we do feel that this project, we're in agreement with the 100+ individuals that signed the petition that it's not reflective of the community and the neighborhood. We understand that there does need to be an expansion, but 42 is way too large of a number. I'm not going to get into repeating what others repeated, but just wanted to mention that. I do want to mention one thing. I don't know how new somebody just coming out and buying a new home, I don't know how they can afford it. If you do 800,000 home with a 20% down payment, and I don't know what the HOA fees are going to be, but we kind of estimated that it's about a $4,000 per month, which seems quite high unless you have help from somebody else or your parents. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have Raymond Fleck on the line.
Good evening, Mr. Fleck.
Hello. My name is Raymond Fleck, and during the 36 years that I have lived at 4273 Guava Street, I've supported a good number of development projects that have enhanced or at least maintained our highly valued quality of life in Laverne. Unfortunately, this project to build 42 homes on less than 6 acres would neither enhance nor maintain the quality of life in Laverne, and particularly in our neighborhood. Crowding this many homes into this small area is unacceptable. The Planning Commission unanimously came to the same conclusion after a thorough study of the matter with community input. Now, I trust that the City Council will follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and reject the project as it is presently proposed by the developer. Thank you for this opportunity for me to share with you my personal opinion.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, I have Andres Aldana.
Mr. Saldana, good evening.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. This is Andy Aldana, or Aldana. I live on Amherst.
I'm very close to the project, actually a stone's throw away. I'm going to go very quickly. It's been a long night. So let's see. The applicant's original proposal to purchase the property was for 33 houses. After the developer was selected, he changed it to 42 homes during a closed session with council. When we found out about it, we were pretty upset, understandably, and we wanted it reduced to 33 homes as it originally was placed. Yeah, you have over 250 residents who signed the petition. Well, after all is said and done, the planning commission, your planning commission, our planning commission, unanimously decided to deny the plan for 42 homes. I mean, from this point on, I don't know what much more needs to be done. But what's really upsetting to me as I'm watching this meeting from the very beginning, I've been through this whole meeting, is all these people calling in tonight on the last hour in support of the project. They don't even live in the neighborhood. They weren't here before. How did they get notified? I live just down the street, and I had to reach out to people just to get some information to me. I am really upset. What's more upsetting, who's talking to Miss Lockhart calling in? My respect for her just went down the drain. I had a great deal of respect for that woman. Her calling in, does not even live on the street, and make her comments the way she did. Me and my wife are just truly upset about that. Just truly upset about it. And on top of all that, I wrote this statement out as I'm sitting here watching this whole thing. I'm going to read it to you. So today, this council has a choice to make on whether to behave as leaders for the developer or leaders for the community that voted for them. I spoke to one of the council members a few weeks ago, and the statement the member gave me was, so long as the plan was done legally, and following all city guidelines in good faith, then a decision will be made. So I'm going to ask all you folks on Mr. Hepburn, Mr. Davis, Ms. Carter, Mr. Crosby, and Ms. Lau. So, given all the facts presented, not just tonight, but before then, the commission voting against the proposed project, the many holes presented, on top of all the legal issues, are you willing to vote for this project now? I would suggest not. People in this residence, in this local community that's connected to this residence are very upset, especially after the conduct of tonight's meeting. Whoever's idea was to call all these people, have them call in at the last minute in support of this project, that was a bad choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Eldon.
Mr. Mayor, I have Liz Arenas on the line.
Ms. Arenas, good evening.
Good evening. How is everyone? Thank you for taking my call, taking the time. I have been through all of these meetings, and I find it very upsetting that I wasn't notified when this project started, and I'm at 2716 Amherst. If you look at your map and you see the project from my home, I'm literally 2 doors down. I had to really wait until the good people of the community notified me of the project happening. But now all these other residents, they don't live anywhere near on the street because now we know everybody in the community in that immediate project area. We all know each other. These people are coming out of the woods. They don't live near this project. They have no idea how we feel and how it's going to impact them. I'm right next door, and I already have issues with traffic now. And the thing that I feel, looking at all of you guys on screen, I think we've really forgotten that you guys are public servants. You're in public service. We don't elect you to rule or to even lead us. We elect you guys to serve us. That concept is completely lost. You are letting this developer run this city, ruin our lives. I am a new resident here, and I purposely bought in this area because the lot is huge, because I can enjoy my large yard. I don't care that I have to pay somebody to mow it. I'll gladly do that. It's a great neighborhood. We need to keep these project numbers down to 33. I don't know why you're trying to please this particular developer and just overlook all the residents that are in the immediate area that have been calling in meeting after meeting. That's it for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have Ross Lessons on the line.
Mr. Lessons, good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ross Lessons. I live at 4162 Bradford Street. I own the home here, and I'm opposed to the city facilitating the development of more homes by changing the zoning. There's too much traffic in this neighborhood already. It's a conduit for the residents of Claremont, the people that are in the apartments on Foothill, the mobile home park. There's traffic from the Mormon church. There's already too much traffic. And I think by changing the zoning, it's just going to add more homes and more traffic. And along with the traffic comes a lot of trash and garbage as well. So I'm very much opposed to this idea that we want to change the zoning. And that's it.
Thank you very much. How are we doing, council? Everybody okay? Are you?
Could I propose just a quick 5-minute run to the restroom? I mean,
That's why I'm saying I can see our eyes are like, ah.
Can we do one more? I've got somebody on the line.
Yeah.
And then...
Yes, please. Yes, let's go.
We have 10 to 15 more that are listed.
We need to take a quick break after this one.
Mr. Mayor, I have Cheryl DiGiulio on the line.
Good evening, Mr. DeWillio.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. They can hear you.
We can hear you.
I'll be real quick because I haven't even heard what anybody else is saying because my computer keeps going out, the sound. But I'm on the corner of Guava and Amherst. I'm on the northwest corner. And a couple of things I noticed. Number one, in the traffic study, there was no study for this three-way stop intersection here. We have a stop sign going, east, a stop sign going west, and a stop sign going south that people run continuously through this neighborhood. And we are just, east of the intersection you gave an F to right there, Amherst and Fruit, and people heading east come up from that intersection, and people heading west come through this intersection. And this intersection was not even mentioned on the traffic study. And I'm sure it would have been graded very, very low because continually everybody runs the stop sign through our neighborhood as it is. Because my family has owned this house probably for 40 years since it was built back in 1978. And then me and my husband have lived here for 31, and the traffic has increasingly got worse, worse, worse. We've built a hedge around our house. We've done everything. And now they want to bring, 42 houses and cram them on the property up there 2 blocks east of us and bring, at least 88 more cars into the neighborhood. And it's going to be a nightmare here. And also, I wanted to mention the other projects that they pointed out that were turned from low density to medium density are all facing major thoroughfares that can absorb that kind of traffic in their area. But we are not. We are just normal neighborhood streets. And we already have such a high impact, everybody cutting through south of us from Pomona through this neighborhood neighborhood to get to the 210 freeway here in the off ramp. And we've absorbed that since the freeway's been open. I mean, just allowing this medium density development in our neighborhood would just, it'll turn into a traffic nightmare on these streets and create, I think, a huge liability for the city of Laverne. I'd like to see, I know the property has to be developed. The income is needed from that property, but I would like to see something maybe a little bit smaller and just not cramming quite so many houses into that area. I just wanted to say that tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Everybody, we good with that? We'll be back. Shall we shut everything off?
I'm sorry?
We're ready. Are we all ready, council? Okay, let's go. JR, we're ready.
Okay, and now we have.
What was that?
Mr. Crosby looks like he's frozen.
Either that or he's just very still.
At least to me, he does, yes.
Maybe he ate something he shouldn't have. There he goes. He's moving.
Mr. Mayor, I have Sherry Best, and then she's actually going to hand the phone to some neighbors, I understand, who will introduce themselves once she's done, okay?
Miss Best, good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very loud and clear.
Perfect. This is Sherry Best. I live on Bradford Street, and I am hosting 6 people from the Twin Oaks Mobile Home Park because they have really been unable to participate in this process. If they're not high-tech users and don't have computers, they've been really completely shut out of all of the opportunities to visit the website, nor do they use Twitter, Instagram, or email. So if you have not had a lot of conversation from users at Twin Oaks, it's not because they're not interested, it's because they can't connect with the city council. So I've invited them all over to my house, and those who are here and haven't gone home yet in exhaustion are waiting to speak. But I'm going to speak for myself as a homeowner in the area. Many aspects of Mr. Waken's proposal are very attractive. And I have to say, particularly in my opinion, I like the pocket park that would be located on the north side of the development and would be a visual buffer for homes on Amherst Street. I understand that the park will contain a gazebo, bench seating, green space, picnic tables, and other amenities. However, 2 concerns prevent me from fully endorsing this development as it's currently proposed. The first is the number of homes. 42 instead of the initial proposal of 33. The Citizen-Based Planning Commission is unanimously opposed to this change and firmly supports the 33 home limit. The developer states that he cannot build the homes he has proposed at the level of care and with the amenities he described unless 42 homes go into the space. So there's a big dilemma. The second concern relates to traffic. Drivers who wish to access Foothill Boulevard can either drive south on Williams Avenue or Bradford Street, neither of which has a stop sign or a stoplight between Amherst and Foothill. The easiest route to Foothill is Bradford, a straight, wide road that takes drivers past the entrances to 2 senior mobile home parks. There have been many complaints about traffic speed on Bradford, but there can be no speed bumps because of emergency vehicle access. Many pedestrians cross Bradford while walking their dogs, making them especially vulnerable to speeding cars. I propose a compromise that may not please anyone, but will provide relief to everyone. In the draft of the Amherst specific plan, houses number 14 through 17, which lie across the extreme south end of the proposed development, could be omitted. Instead, a child's playground could be created to service the children of the young families who are allegedly the targeted buyers in this development. This new park would create easement for the seniors in the mobile home park because houses jammed right up against their back windows while creating a critical amenity for residents.
Ms. Best, if you could finish your thoughts, please. Your time is up. If you could finish your thoughts.
Thank you very much. I will finish my thoughts. Let's see. I will also say that the city would need to maintain 2 parks instead of 1. You need to look on table 5.2, the maintenance responsibility matrix in the Amherst specific plan that says park maintenance is the city's responsibility, and I've heard that stated to the opposite. As density increases in our living spaces, the attention we pay to each other's needs must also increase. We cannot continue to play a zero-sum game where there are winners at the expense of losers. We need to value each other's needs to the extent possible and embrace a vision in which the importance of Laverne as a community is open to change while maintaining our small town feel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Best.
Now to our next speaker, Steve Hernandez.
If we could please keep to that 3-minute time frame, I'd greatly appreciate it. And if we're repeating what's been said before, if we could pass it to the next individual, please.
All right. I'm going to put my 2 cents in real quickly, guys. First of all, I'm a mobile homeowner at Twin Oaks Park. The development sits right up against the retaining wall in my backyard, so you can understand my feeling on this. Let's face it, it's going to have an immense impact. This development's going to have immense impact. We all know this. And this is not rocket science. It's use some common sense here. All we're asking is compromise. A simple compromise of 33 homes is all we're asking for. We can't stop this development, obviously. And if this developer can't make a profit at 42 homes, then find another one who can. It's really simple, guys. That's all I really want to say about this. My next person.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gail Pelletera.
Hello, Ms. Teletera. Good evening.
Good evening. I welcome you all to our visual meeting of the council and Mr. Tim Hepburn as mayor. I too live in Twin Oaks Mobile Home Park and lived there since 1984. I have seen many changes within the city for the better, but I am against the 42-unit home proposal for Amherst development. It invades the privacy of the residents in that general area. They too have a right. And just because we're seniors doesn't mean that we don't care about our city. We do. And we want to address that many of the problems that we have encountered through the conversations tonight would be addressed by reverting to the original plan of 33 homes. Lots could be made larger, spreading houses further apart, and creating adequate backyards, especially along the property lines that are next to existing mobile homes. We understand the city's under pressure to develop this property, and we hope that you will consider this on behalf of the older community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That concludes the comments from this phone call.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you doing that with the other residents. That's very nice. Thank you, Sherry.
Yes, I think they'll be attending city council meetings this way at my house from now on.
Well, hopefully we'll be back to live on stage here pretty soon, so down the road, so we can all come to the meetings. But that's a great way to do it. Thank you.
Sorry, we were expecting a few more people to speak on that call, so we're getting the next person online. Mr. Mayor, I have Joe Gabaldon on the line.
Mr. Gabaldon, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Gabaldon, residing on Amherst, and I will not hide in the shadows of anonymity like many of those actors speaking in favor of this project tonight. Yet this farce provides me with some small measure of excuse for speaking out of my typical demeanor. As we look back, it's clear that the preference for this project's participants would have been for this project to fly under our radar and be overlooked by the residents of this neighborhood, hoping for us to simply take our medicine. Cloaked in the shadows of COVID, from the onset, we have been misled and played, coming by the way of polished and biased perspective-based project presentations authored by our city staff and the marketing team of the developer. In our previous opportunities for discovery, we have factually uncovered omissions of important details, found questionable data elements in support of the project, and where half-truths have regularly been presented as wholly honest facts, just like the half-truth that was cited tonight by the city staff, the developer, and other misinformed voices, where they may claim that the proposed zoning of 8-to-1 is consistent with the neighborhood in a clear transition zone, where their comparative is the Twin Oaks mobile home community to the south, having no access to Amherst. Also, having biased traffic professionals claiming not to be able to anticipate cut-through activity to and from the freeway, and the compounded negative effect it will have on the already failing street ratings is pure BS. And to overlook the fact that the actual traffic flows through our neighborhood as they are today is all part of the farce and the grand illusion presented to us and the residents of Laverne. Our planning commission recognized some of this and unanimously voted against this project as is. In the past, our city leadership and the council demonstrated in their actions to prioritize the reasonable expectations of those already living in its neighborhoods above developers and provide guidance to staff in that expectation. Now, hearing from the Chamber of Commerce representative tonight, realtors watering at the mouth for inventory, and uninformed voices outside of our neighborhood knowing less of the facts and speaking to emotional talking points, when we are in fact okay with this project at a reduced count, speak volumes of the staged bias tonight to provide cover to approve this project by the players outside our neighborhood. A vote in favor of this project tonight will only go to reveal a sad transition from our past leadership and its constitution and a sign of things to come for change in Laverne. I think to vote in favor, I would be skeptical as to why an out-of-town developer, indifferent to the will of those you represent in our neighborhood and who have already invested in this community for many years. This is a developer who publicly said in the recent planning commission meeting that, quote, "If I can't build a 42, the project wouldn't be worth it to me and I'd rather walk away," essentially threatening the commission to take his ball and go home. Or was that simply theater? Things were already baked. And now I'm even more skeptical, where it was revealed just days ago in the state of the city and by Ms. Wilkerson tonight that many of the participants in this project discussion today have essentially concealed from us another housing project awarded to Mr. Waken in our town, the White Avenue development, an obvious conflict of interest within these city council chambers, and where it is now crystal clear that the two projects are and have been tied to each other.
Mr. Gabaldon, if you could finish your thoughts, I'd appreciate it.
That's to bear the accountability beyond Mr. Waken.
You have finished your time, Mr. Gabaldon, if you could finish, please. Mr. Gabaldon.
He finished, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have Kathy Newland on the line.
Ms. Newland, good evening.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Kathy Newland, and I'm calling on behalf of myself and Joe Wetton, as well as several other neighbors in Foothill Terrace. We're concerned about the negative impact of the Amherst project will have on the traffic coming in and out of Foothill Terrace Mobile Park. As Mr. Waken mentioned, we go from 2,000 cars per day to 6,000 cars per day. Not only our own vehicles, but we have emergency vehicles entering and exiting on a daily basis in this park. We'd like to see the plans go back to the original zoning of 22 homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have Ray Moya on the line.
Mr. Moya, good evening.
Good evening. How are you? You guys working late tonight?
That's what we do for our residents. We're here.
That's good. Caught me off guard because I just went to sleep. Okay.
We don't have that luxury, sir. I'm sorry. We must listen. It's very important.
No worries. No worries. So, do you have some questions for me, or do you wanted me to talk to about the project, the new homes over there in Laverne?
It's about the new project. If you have some comments on it, sir, be free to.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the plan, and I think it'd be a great thing to do because bringing in those new homes is much better than building multi-complex apartment buildings and things like that. I think it'll put a lot more money in our economy as for bringing in the new families. And then all these, like I lived here for 21 years now. My wife grew up here. My son, my daughter, they're gonna probably want to live here, so they have some new homes to look at. So it's great. I totally for the project.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. And now go back to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have Mary Ann Keto on the line.
Ms. Keto, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all of the city members. Appreciate you taking my call. I have a real concern about these apartments going in. Two houses north of Amherst. There's a lot of traffic that goes through already, and they don't just go by slowly, they fly by. And the zoning, this area always was meant to be low density housing. My parents have owned this house since 1977. They're original owners, and 42 houses or apartments with one driveway emptying into Amherst is just unreasonable. It's just totally unreasonable. The draft impact from the EIR finds that significant and unavoidable transportation impacts will result in the proposed development of 42 houses. This is just something that I really hope that you all consider. Would you like this in your neighborhood? How would this impact your life is how I'd like you to look at this, and take this seriously. Seriously for us that live here, that never expected such a huge impact in our community. And I appreciate your time, and God bless y'all.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have Hugh Kelly on the line.
Mr. Kelly, good evening, sir.
Hi. Hello, Mayor and Council. The presentation tonight came through very well. I was able to hear the entire thing, but I'm not really calling about that. I said the council public comments are only 10% of the words, maybe less than I'm hearing. This should be a do-over. I know you're all happy about that. This was a private meeting, not public. Public to some is not public to all. Hold it in a park. Mask. Don't use COVID as an excuse. Secretary of State of California or whoever should be informed of this. I'm calling and checking tomorrow. This is a city that can't Zoom scrape. I've been disenfranchised. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have Greg Spathius on the line.
Good evening, Mr. Pathias.
Hey, everybody. Greg Spathius, 4226 Meadow Street. Just want to say a couple things about the new developments going up. So, as growing up in Laverne, as like a child and through towards like adulthood, definitely see this as a very desirable area to live. Definitely striving to live here later on and purchase property. So I do get the stance of the building affordable housing in Laverne. All that to say, there are a couple of affordable housing developments already in the works in Laverne. Similar, there's one down the street from the Amherst site there's a couple apartment complexes down there that do have some affordable housing. And so in regards to the Amherst site, so I think one initial problem is the traffic issue that's been said a couple of times before. Don't want to beat that. But essentially that's like one issue. The other one would be the initial plan was for 5 houses per acre. This new plan is for 8, which definitely reduces the average lot size. So for perspective, there are some lot sizes in Laverne that are upwards of like 17,000 square feet. In this Amherst development, they would be a quarter of that size, which is a pretty small lot for, compared to the surrounding area. I think it's safe to say that the city would definitely benefit to have more housing on this property. They would definitely get more revenue. But I do think there will be some other developments in the works within the next year that would offer another opportunity to get revenue for the city. So, if we stick with the original plan of having 5 houses per acre on this site, I think you could also go ahead and have a similar zoning parameters for other developments in Laverne within the next year. That would essentially help to meet the housing criteria that's needed for the area. And I think I have one more. Additionally, by having the 8 houses per acre, it would decrease some of the values of the homes in the surrounding area, mostly due to the oversaturation of homes in the area. Yeah, that's it for me. And
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Mr. Mayor, I think that concludes what we have for public comment. There were a couple people that originally had emailed in that they wanted us to call them, but when the assistant city clerk attempted to call them, they didn't answer.
Okay, so we'll give them a minute.
Mr. Mayor, I think this would be an appropriate time to acknowledge the fact that the council received a number of emails that were transmitted by the assistant city clerk to the city council. You've had the opportunity to read those, and they are part of the record this evening.
Many emails, quite frankly, and some this afternoon. So yes, we have. So make that noted. Yes, thank you. Anything else, JR?
I just refreshed my email. Nothing else has come through, sir.
We're going to go ahead and close public comment. And we're going to move to council comments on this issue. Who would like to start? Do we have any questions for staff first, and some of the discussion that was just had with the residents? Are there any questions we have for staff? Mr. Crosby. Unmute. Eventually.
Could you bring in, for convenience, could you bring in Candace as well as Lisa? So we have them in, and then if we need the consultants, we can do that too. But
yeah,
go right
ahead. There were some questions that the residents brought up. Mr. Crosby, you're would somebody else like to start? And we'll have Mr. Crosby finish up as soon as he can get unmuted. You might have to reboot again. I've had to do that before. So, Mr. Davis, Ms. Lau, Councilmember Lau, who would like to start?
Is this for questions?
Well, we have questions for staff. Mr. Crosby, do you have questions for staff? Yes, he does. Okay. You want to write it down and show it to us? It might be easier. If you guys don't mind, there was a couple questions that I think it was Miss Gabaldon that brought up, was regarding the LDS and the Lutheran High School regarding the traffic study. And then there was something to do with arena numbers and on the parcel. I'm just question. I mean, the studies were done. There was no issues on that other stuff. I'm just curious, Candace, Ms. Pocock, if that, and also the collector street and the local streets. Can you comment on that?
Yes. So if JR could bring in John Levely, he can comment on the traffic counts in regards to the LDS Church, Lutheran High School, and then the collector street question. While he's bringing him in, I can address the housing element one. When the housing element was adopted, this previous one, she's correct, it did not include this site. However, we are currently in the process of redoing our housing element, and it will be added. It was something that staff wasn't aware that council was interested in selling this site. So it will be added.
And 10 years ago, they weren't interested.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
So just as a point of clarification then on that, since it would be added, then all the comments that were made regarding the requirement for the low income housing does then apply. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Lisa?
Lisa, is that correct?
You're muted.
We're having a mute issue.
Sorry, this time I'm trying to get my computer working and not using the phone. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can. Perfect. Loud.
Okay. So the question was about the affordable housing?
Correct.
So again, no affordable housing is part of this project, but if you enter into a new agreement with another developer and they build 10 or more units, then there will be affordable housing. 15% affordable housing has to be provided.
I think we were talking about the Brandywine project that was discussed, that would be under the new criteria. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the Brandywine project. Was that surplus land?
No, it wasn't city owned.
No.
So what the requirement to have 15% of affordable housing is the new state law relating to surplus property. When the city sells their property, that's when it kicks in. So there, you may have affordable housing requirements under some of your specific plans. I know I've been working with Candace in one of the specific plan areas on another project. But for this property in specific, it's the Surplus Lands Act that's requiring it.
Did that answer your question, Councilmember Lau? I think.
Yes, right. I just wanted to clarify that
okay.
With the new, that it would be added into the surplus parcel because it wasn't included previous. And if that's the case, then there would be the requirement for 15% affordable housing.
Yes, and I do believe you offered this property, that this property was offered? Or am I confusing this with something else?
I think you're confused.
Okay.
And then Lisa, the addition to when the 15% low income housing, it does add a density piece as well.
Yes.
I'm sorry, my microphone hasn't been working since we went on break, so I finally got it back to work. My question earlier, and I don't know if I was out of turn, is about the change from 33 to 42. That keeps being brought back up. Mr. Rusty, can you talk about that a little bit for us, please?
Yes, there was never a development application submitted for 33. That 33 was in response, that number of 33 came up in response to the city's RFP that they put out for conceptual of what a project would look like when we put this out for sale. We accepted in bids and proposals. That was the proposal that was initially submitted. Council evaluated all the proposals, directed staff to go back and negotiate specifically with them based on the proposal that they had. They went back and there was nothing submitted at that point. It was just a matter of going back and each party doing their due diligence.
And can you explain what RFP is to our public that doesn't know acronyms?
Thank you. It's a request for proposal. So as we were putting that land out there for sale, we solicited a number of developers, some that had worked in the community before, to others that had just expressed interest, to then see what responses we got back in consideration. At that point, the city just generally put out their parameters somewhere in the 5 to 6 per acre was the request for the submissions. So we had something to compare against. We received back, gosh, I think it was 5 or 6 proposals. This was the most favorable one. At that point, I was instructed to go back with our city attorney to negotiate. What came back after the due diligence was to consider moving forward with a proposal at the 42. That was the only indication that was given in the initial. There wasn't even 33 put out there to the community because there wasn't a proposal. It was a preliminary sketch, was the best I could describe, just to give an idea of what a layout or rendering of what a development would look like, but it was not a submission.
And this whole notion of closed session, backdoor deal, whatever that notion that came out, I just want to clarify, is when did the council give you guidance to allow more direction on that?
When we came back when we were in the negotiations, and going through putting together the agreement to pursue their deposit, that was when the negotiations went to, if we went to 42, would that not necessarily be agreed to, but something that we would consider. And that was the extent of the direction that the council gave us at that time. Not an approval, just it would be up for consideration.
But when was that done?
I want to say it was like December, but I know. Candace, do you remember the timeline of when? But it was like December of 19, because I think it was in early 2020 that we actually moved forward. They had certain time frames that they needed to meet.
I remember December of 19 just as a magic number.
I may be off a little bit, but roughly it was the latter part of 2019, if I recall.
There's one other issue too. I want to kind of put that to rest, that we were doing backdoor dealings when we stalled the meeting and we just pushed it, not postponed it, but opened it up and then continued it till tonight. And the reason is because the EIR document was not in the basis of the resolution. Is that correct, Mr. Russi or Candace, that it was not in there? We had to continue this to the next meeting because we could not continue it because the EIR document was not in the report nor in
It was not on the agenda. Yes.
On the agenda. Correct. Okay. I just want to make sure because we had no choice at that point. So that was it.
Yeah. And I would just clarify too, that there was a meeting that night, because I think there was a comment that there was no meeting. There was a meeting.
There was a meeting that night. That is for sure. Yeah. Now, if we could go back to the Ms. Gabaldon had mentioned
And just before you do, I just want to make sure, did that answer your question, Councilmember Crosby?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, loop back. Sorry.
Yeah, just and this is for Mr. Lovelace regarding the traffic study and being a collector or a local street, and how it doesn't. She said it wasn't working that way. Can you explain that to us? To make sure what she's talking about, and also had to do with the LDS school and also the Lutheran school. Just kind of tie those together, and the collector street and the counts and the traffic counts. Can you explain that?
Sure. Anytime you do a traffic study, you look at your existing uses which are out there and your existing projects. And those fall under the category of the original traffic counts. So all existing projects are taken into account by the counts which were performed and then adjusted as we spoke earlier. Any future projects have to be approved at the time of the study. Skeptical projects, which may or may not be coming down the road, are impossible to predict because you don't know whether they're going to actually be improved or not. So the threshold is for any future projects have to be approved at the time of the traffic study being initiated. You just can't keep chasing down future projects and adding them to as you go. You'll never be able to finalize the traffic study. So that's how you look at existing as well as future projects. The comment which was made regarding capacity for both collectors and local streets is taken directly from the city's general plan, which was adopted back in 1998, in which the city is actually on the process of redoing. And in the tables, it indicates that a collector street has a range of 1,500 to 12,500 with an average of 7,500 average daily traffic, and a local street should have 1,500 maximum. So those statements are actually directly from the city's general plan.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, council, or comments? Do we have any more for staff? Mr. Davis? Councilmember Lau? Councilmember Carter? Mr. Crosby? Councilmember Crosby, any more? We're good? Okay, then I would move to council comments then on this issue. Who would like to start? Mr. Davis, you're open there. You want to start?
Sure. I understand.
Wait a minute. May I hold for 1 second? I do apologize, Mr. Davis. I prepared a little statement. I just wanted to, if I may read this real quick before we start.
Oh, absolutely.
I first want to thank all the residents for their comments, letters, and emails. I also want to thank the Planning Commission for their discussion on this proposed development and their vote. I want to thank our Community Development Department staff for their hard work on this project. I appreciate the comments from the residents in relation to the density and the BMT. I want to make sure that we as a council pay close attention to the staff report and studies on these items. We as an elected council must look at all the above for the good of the entire community. While I'm very interested on what my council has to say on this development, we must keep in mind that there have been many successful projects of similar, if not more density than this project in Laverne. So I look forward to all your comments and our final decision. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'm sorry.
Sure. No, thank you for those comments, because it reminds me that I want to join you in thanking our staff. You guys did a fabulous job, Candace and Eric and everybody else supporting you. This was yeoman's work. Thank you to our legal counsel for weighing in, as well as our consultants and other folks associated with the project. This is certainly not the most graceful process, this small d democracy and representative government. It's even a little less graceful when we have to do it on Zoom, so that there are the technical challenges of having a conversation and listening and being listened to, and the technology, whether it's working or not. I can see faces, but hopefully the broadcast is going beyond just the folks I see. You know, the Laverne is an evolving community, and we need to make sure we have our eyes on the long term, and that's really important here. I understand that it's disruptive to neighborhoods. The RHNA numbers are daunting. The transit, now called the L line, coming through Laverne, is causing my neighborhood to change quite a bit, where there are going to be high density homes in the range of 30 to 40 per acre versus 8 per acre. You know, Laverne, when my great grandfather was here, he had his house on 16 acres, and my grandfather had his house on 8 acres. And, you know, it took me 10 years to get back to the house or a house on the street I grew up in. So I understand the transitions that we make for housing. And I also understand the interest people have to live in Laverne. And I want to support those that live here and those that want to come here. I think that, you know, in the long term, and not being very long, I think it'll be Monday morning quarterbacking when we look back on this project and think it's a good thing we did this project when we did, because the mandates that are coming down the pike could cause some other unused properties to accommodate many more than 42 for 5.5 acres. So I'm in support of this project. I recognize that the neighbors in that area are tremendously upset with me, and I'm okay with that. I empathize with you, but I think when it's all said and done, you're going to be happy to have those folks that help to calm the streets, because they're going to be stopping and turning into that street to go to their houses. And so people aren't going to be flying by an empty nursery thinking nobody's going to be there. So hang with us. We're doing this for our community, for the lifeblood of our community, looking forward for a healthy community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councilmember Lau.
I would just wanted to share, you know, that my thanks, you know, to the staff, to the residents. You know, I think that these things are always very, you know, difficult to get through. I know a lot of people are probably like, I can't believe it's 10:30 and it's still going. But, you know, I appreciate folks being engaged and reaching out and talking to council and, you know, participating in tonight's call as well. You know, I think about some of the comments that were made about, you know, who we are as elected officials and what our role is. And I take that very seriously because I was elected, as were my colleagues, to look out for the benefit of the entire community. And that means the whole city. And that means looking at various moving parts and how it's going to affect us. And you try to do the best you can to see what the effects will be in the long term, not just for a particular neighborhood, but for the good of the entire city. You know, especially when we are provided mandates that we may not have control over, you know, down the road. I think, you know, it's prudent to think about what can we control, when we can control it, so that we can maintain the character of our city and what's here. You know, I mentioned earlier that I do live in Lordsburg Court, which is higher density. It doesn't have the advantages of what's being proposed in the proposal currently for the Amherst project, which allows for, you know, parking. You know, if you ask my neighbors, you know, what they're upset about, it is the parking. They would, you know, they would probably give their right arm to have what's being proposed. But, you know, having said that, this is the best neighborhood I've lived in. And I'm, you know, excited to think about the new families that will come in and bring lifeblood into our city and really expand and perpetuate the sense of community. Because, you know, I moved in here when this development was first built, and many of my neighbors are still the neighbors that moved in when we all bought at the same time. I've watched their kids grow up, you know, their kids keep me in good supply of Girl Scout cookies every year, you know, so it's a nice community. And I think for the benefit of the whole, in terms of the entire city, what it could do to bring business in, what it can do to raise revenues, what it can do to, you know, regenerate our schools and our sports programs and everything else, I'd have to say that, you know, I'm, you know, looking at it at the whole, and have looked at all the information that's been posed, have asked many questions, as have my colleagues. I do want the residents to know that we don't go into this lightly, that we don't stay up on these calls, you know, and this is the only time we've ever seen things or look at things. You know, we've picked things apart, we've asked staff, we've had conversations with residents. And I think that's something that you should, you know, take into account. I trust that every single one of my colleagues on here did their due diligence in researching, you know, their position tonight, whatever that may be. So having said those words, you know, I am in support of this project. I am sympathetic to how disruptive change can be, but I would also say that I think our staff and our council is committed to making sure that, you know, that we are listening to your concerns, and that, you know, we try to work with you as much as possible to make that change as seamless as possible. But, you know, it is inevitable, as someone mentioned on the call earlier, in the comments. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Lau. Councilmember Carter, would you like to go? There you go.
Yes, I will. And I'm impressed that there's still 46 participants on this. So thank you for staying up. I actually wrote out my comments while I was hearing things. So I'd like to read it so I don't miss anything. I want everyone to understand that my vote on this project is not decided lightly. I've done my homework. I have met with the residents on Amherst in the surrounding area. I have met with the developer. I have met with staff, gone over all the details, and I read every email that was sent to us. I walked the site. One day I went down there during the morning and I walked the site to understand the grading, what it's going to be, and how the impact right up against the mobile home park would be. So that gave me some insight. And then I went to the mobile home park to talk to a handful of the citizens in that area. My conclusion is that I believe this development will be a positive addition for the property and for the neighborhood, whether it was 33 homes or 42. The homes are attractive with many amenities. The park is a good addition to this project and will add a park on the east side of Laverne, which a lot of the residents have been asking for many years. With all this, my real concern is the residents in the surrounding area of this project. We have always stressed that the citizens are the power of Laverne. The homeowners do not oppose the 33 homes, but the addition of 9 homes that are their concern. The additional 9 homes. Taking all of this into evaluation for this project, I am ready to cast my vote.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. Is that a for or against, or are you just going to wait till we do the vote?
Oh, when I take my vote.
Okay. Councilmember Crosby.
Thank you, and please, my microphone's working again. I think the council members have clearly said we've all, this is not an easy decision, and we've all done a lot of homework on this, walking the sites, walking the small pockets that have been built since 2002 as well, to see what reality looks like. I always see sketches, and I am a visual person and have to see and touch things rather than just able to read about it or do renditions. So looking at those previous ones and then comparing to the size of the homes, the proposed size of these homes are the size of the homes that are in the surrounding area. So they are comparable to there. The lot sizes are the piece that is not as comparable to the homes that are north, east, and farther west past the mobile home park. I do think there is going to be some more traffic in that area, and that does concern me. I have talked to not only sat in the homes of residents in that area, but even outside of that area too, to find out what people all around Laverne has to say. And with the conclusion of that, what concerns me is if this does not go through, what the impact of lower income homes being put in there, and what that impact would be on that community far greater than this is going to be on them. The impact of, if by putting our surplus land, the 15% required of low income housing, and then the greater density of 29 being added to that because of putting in lower income homes. That is what is a big worry of mine. By simply putting 10 homes in that spot, I don't believe they would sell. They would not be comparable to the homes that in the area around it. So having the comparable of the size of the homes is in need. And then I also was viewing of cities outside of Laverne and what are new projects going on. And new projects going on. I was in Costa Mesa this weekend, and San Dimas and Claremont, and seeing new projects going in where homes that have less property size. That is not the wave of what people are building now compared to what we build in. And it's not necessarily that I would buy one of these houses because I value my property size, but that's not what's being built nowadays as well. With all those ideas and put in, I'm going to be in favor for this project because of the fear of what the project would be if this dropped, and then what we would have to be put in by being told from the state rather than us making the decision.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby. Thank you all for all your comments. They're very much appreciated. I know this is a lot of work, and we don't take this lightly. I know there were some comments made tonight that, this is not our job. They elected us to make sure the direction of the city is in a positive direction, but also discuss it with the residents and thank them for inviting us into their homes. I really do appreciate that. We all educate ourselves every day. We're all on committees, whether it be transportation or Gold Line or sanitation districts or transportation. We're educating ourselves all the time. Myself, personally, being on the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, I constantly see the barrage of assembly bills and state bills to take away the fabric that our communities were built on, with CEQA and with density. And as all of you have said, and especially Mr. Crosby, the projects that are going to be built in the future, we're not going to have a lot of say in them unless, and right now this development is kind of the fabric of Laverne. It's for young families. The yards aren't super big. It's got great parking. The houses are great. We have a park on there. The vehicle miles traveled, I do too agree that there's some issues with that. We'll address that down the road. Right now where it shows there, because there are issues and there have been issues on Williams and also on Amherst and Fruit. So those are situations that are there now currently. But the density and some of the other, which I've traveled through all the communities that have been built in the last 7 to 8 years, this project is less dense than those. And I have to say that we're not building something that's different than the communities that have already been built. The people that are going to move into these communities are going to live well. They're going to have children. They're going to be part of the schools. They are going to contribute to our community on sales tax, on property taxes. And this is a good project. I too don't want to see a change in that project to more dense, more affordable housing. I think it's going to do well on its own. But I do appreciate the comments from all the citizens and the residents. We take it seriously. These are friends and family that I've known, many of them for years. But at the end of the day, we have to do rights for the whole community. This is a good development. It'll go well. I thank staff. I thank all of our outside vendors for their information. Thank you, Mr. Russi. Thank you for all our attorneys for this. It was quite a project. It's lasted quite some time. We started, was it 2018 on this property discussing to sell it, and now we are in 2021. Being that said, I'm in 100% agreement to this project, and I want to see it move forward. Any other comments or questions, council? Then we are going to need to take this in two pieces, Mr. Kress, is that correct?
That is correct.
We're going to take resolution number 2118 first. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I need a motion and then a second. David.
I'll move that we approve resolution 21-18, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Laverne, California, certifying an environmental impact report, adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
I have a second for that.
I'll second.
Councilmember Crosby had his hand up, if you don't mind, Councilmember Lau. We have a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Lau.
Yes.
Councilmember Crosby,
Yes.
Councilmember Carter,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Hepburn.
Yes. Next resolution will be Resolution 2116, 2117. Ordinance number 1099 will be approved all in one vote, one motion, and a second and a vote. Is that correct, Mr. Kress?
It is the ordinance, you would be introducing the ordinance and waiving reading in full. But you can take the two resolutions and the ordinance as one motion.
So we're going to introduce ordinance number 1099. So I need a motion for that. Mr. Russi.
And I need to read it by title, correct? Mr. Kress? Yes, okay. Yes, go ahead.
And we're going to ordinance number 1099. I can read it, or should I have someone make a motion?
I'll read it. Let's get a motion in a second and then.
We've got the two resolutions as well. So you're
Yeah,
gonna do those.
Go ahead, Mr. Russi.
Do I have let's get a motion in a second and then.
Motion and second for all three items. Motion, Mr. Crosby, that's motion.
I move forward the resolution number 2116, resolution number 2117, and ordinance number 1099.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Russi.
I'll second.
So ordinance 1099, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laverne, changing the zone designation from PR 3D to specific plan and adopting the Amherst specific plan for the site located at 2820 Amherst, parcel number 8666-021-902, and any portion of the adjacent parcel 8666-021-904 in the City of Laverne.
We have a roll call vote.
Yes, Councilmember Lau.
Aye.
Councilmember Crosby,
Yes.
Councilmember Carter,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Hepburn.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion is carried. We will go to public comments and communications. Item 8. Do we have anybody on? JR?
Still awake?
Is he? JR, wake up.
Mr. Mayor, just a reminder, if there's those that are wishing to speak on items that were not on the agenda, attendees can raise their hand, and then we have not received anything via email up to this point.
Give it a second. We're going to close public comment or public comments and all the communications. Nothing, JR?
Nothing, sir.
We're going to close public comments and we're going to move to council comments and conference meetings reports. Who would like to start? Councilmember Lau.
Sure. An update on Cassie, just so people are aware. You may have started to see more of a social media presence. Our lovely interns from the University of Laverne have ramped up some of the information that's been going out. You may have also seen it reposted by the City of Laverne's social media accounts as well. So thanks to our staff for doing that as well. There will be updates on the website so that people can sign up for the Join Us for Dinner events, as well as participate in other activities that may be going on. We do also have a donation that was made by Cassie of some books to the little libraries around town. So that was what one of the most recent social media posts was about. So if you are interested in checking out some of the literature that has been shared to the community, please feel free to stop by. And if you didn't know, we have 8 little libraries in the City of Laverne, which I think is pretty cool and pretty awesome. Other than that, I think just, as always, thanks for hanging in there with us and for being active participants in the community. I do think that even when folks disagree, it's important for us to have that dialogue. And I really want to commend, some of the speakers that came up and were acknowledging of, the different viewpoints and, still acknowledge, hey, we're still neighbors. We may not agree on this, but, glad we could all be here to voice our opinions. And I think that is the beauty of living in an awesome democracy. So thank you for, like I said, for everyone that hung out with us, this late on a Monday night, and for all your enthusiasm and engagement. It is much appreciated. And last note would just be, the COVID vaccine is available. The city did run its clinic last Friday, which was well attended from all accounts, from what I've heard. So hopefully that's another group of residents that is now on their way to being fully vaccinated, and hopefully we are all one step closer to being able to see each other in person, being able to hug and shake hands and do some of the things that we may have been missing out on. So until then, stay safe and have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember Lau. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I'll keep, well, rather than editorializing, I was also on the call with Councilmember Lau with Cassie, and that was a good evening and a lot of good things going on. So please get involved with us there. Monday, while it's not an official position, we had our monthly Public Bank Pomona Valley discussion. So if you're interested in looking at public banking and how that might help our community, I invite you to look at Public Bank Pomona Valley, either Facebook or on the website. I was able to join and be the alternate supporting our mayor for the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. And what our mayor said was right, which is there are a lot of rules coming down the way of how we can use land and how we need to address housing. And it wouldn't surprise me if this wasn't the last single family residence project that we ever, and I mean ever, approve. We may get ADUs and we may get duplexes, but I don't know whether we're going to see single family development anymore. Sacramento has basically removed that as a zoning characteristic. But I too want to thank everybody who was engaged in this effort, and it wasn't easy, but that's what keeps our democracy going, and that's what builds our bonds here in our community of Laverne. And it won't be easy tomorrow, but it'll get easier as we go along, and we can come back together and recognize that we are here for each other. Thank you.
Councilmember Crosby. Is he broken? There he goes.
Nope, I'm all good.
He's not broken.
I want to appreciate what Councilmember Lau said with the vaccinations. 179 vaccines from the city did last week. I'm on the Foothill Transit board, and they are having vaccines this Saturday, the 24th, in Covina. You can go just to their website and click on it, so that if you need to take a bus, you can go right to their depot and get a vaccine from them as well. So just want to put all the information out to anybody. Just remember tonight was hard decisions, but we are a community, and a community always in need. Where we need to make sure that life is important. We lost a Bonita High School student, and my daughter came home to tell me this today, and it's just hard. So make sure that you hug your friends and tell your people you love them every day. So
thank you.
That's it.
Councilmember Carter.
Yes, a couple Fridays ago, I was invited to the Pomona Fulton area where they're redoing the tracks and building the bridge. And so we took the tour, and Tim Sandoval from Pomona was there, and Glendora came, and they're progressing really fast and still under budget. And so they're working very hard, and it was a really interesting tour to hear how they're doing it. If you ride over any of these tracks, go over Wheeler, how smooth they are. So they're doing that throughout the process. And just to let you know that the freight trains aren't coming through, because obviously we're taking out the tracks right now to assemble them in the area that they're going to be in. So what they've done is where the deliveries end, they have trucks going to pick up the merchandise and bring it to the locations that use them, such as Metropolitan Water. And they get their supplies brought to them still. So there's no lag in deliveries. So that's it. Oh, there is one more thing. I heard today that a longtime resident, someone involved in our community, he was on the general plan committee with me, Jefferson Hill, passed away. So it would be very nice if in a later meeting we could, do a closing in honor of him.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. I will also reiterate that I want to thank all my council and staff. This was not an easy decision. You have residents that are very impassioned and upset about this, but at the end of the day, we have to look at the right for all. And as Councilmember Davis so eloquently put it, and Councilmember Lau is shaking her head, this may be the last development we have that we have control over, that a residential development period. So not an easy decision, but I think it's the right decision. I also want to say that Mr. Davis did jump on with me on the San Gabriel Council of Governments, and we made actually a resolution against Asian Island Pacific Islanders hate crimes. And so we passed a resolution. It was unanimously accepted and submitted that this is unacceptable. And we need to move forward in this world as one and treat each other with respect. And it was a very hot discussion because I think it wants to be everyone and everyone is included in that. But right now we're having a major problem with hate crimes against the Asian population, and it's unacceptable. So we did do a resolution. I'm very proud of that, and it was passed unanimously. So that was a good thing. So hopefully we can get a stop to this. On the other side, we have May 1st from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We have the TV computer recycling paper shredding collection event at Benita High School parking lot. So that's May 1st from 9 to 3 p.m. And again, as Councilmember Lau said, 179 vaccinations were given out. That's 179 more people that are protected. That means the more the numbers in Los Angeles are dropping to levels they haven't been just at pre-COVID. And it's the more vaccinations that go out there, the more we can open up again. We can open our restaurants to full capacity. Disneyland's opening up. Universal Studios is opening up. I mean, this is important. We've got to get this machine back rolling so that people can get back to work. So please, I understand there's a lot of people that don't want to take the vaccination. That's fine. But for those people that can, they're opening sites every day. And they're saying that the vaccinations are going to become more and more available. And they're even saying by June or July, there'll be more vaccinations. There won't be as many people that need them, which is an absolutely wonderful thing. So please vaccinate, protect yourself, protect your families. And everybody, I really appreciate it. And thank you all the residents for all your input tonight. We do value it. And thank you for bringing us into your homes. And we will move forward. Thank you, everybody. Any other comments? Our next council meeting is on Monday, May 3rd at 6:30 p.m. And I will reiterate what Councilmember Carter said. We lost Jefferson Hill on Friday, April 16th. His son sent me an email. He lived in Laguna Woods, I guess almost maybe less than a year. But as Councilmember Carter, he was on the General Plan Advisory Committee. He was on the Twin Oaks Social Committee president at the time he lived there. And also, I think he was the one that started Meals on Wheels. I'm not correct, Mr. Russi. Is that correct? He was one of the starters of that.
He started. He was very influential in it.
Yeah. He will be missed because when he was here, he always had some great conversation and some very interesting information for all of us, but he will truly be missed. We also lost an icon. Vice President Walter Mondale was vice president with Jimmy Carter, and he died today, actually. And he will be known as a champion for liberal politics. So another icon is lost today. So we will close in memory, and we'll do something in the very near future on our next council meeting. But we do not have a Mr. Kress. We do not have a closed session tonight. Is that correct, as stated?
My understanding, we do not.
So we will be adjourning. Our next scheduled meeting is Monday, May 3rd at 6:30 p.m. Thank you all very much for standing through this. Even with one break, we made it. Thank you all. Have a great weekend.
Yeah,
Have a good
just,
night,
just a
everybody.
hair under 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we lost. You bet. Bye, everybody.